Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the creaking always came from the same corner of the living room. At first, I chalked it up to bad construction. But one night, my dog wouldn't stop barking at that exact spot. When I finally pulled the floorboard loose, I found something wrapped in layers of burlap, soaked and reeking of iron. It was small, compact, like someone had curled themselves into a box and never left. I didn't open it. I couldn't, but the police did, and they told me what was inside. The problem is, I recognized the bracelet. It used to be in a photo on my mantle. The bracelet had belonged to my grandmother. Silver links with tiny charms, a bird, a heart, a miniature key. I'd grown up staring at that photograph, the one where she stood in her garden, arm raised to shield her eyes from the sun, that bracelet catching the light. The photo disappeared when I moved into this house. I assumed it got lost in the chaos of boxes and new beginnings. But here was the bracelet, tarnished black, wrapped around bones so small they could have belonged to a child. The detective handling the case had tired eyes and coffee stains on his shirt. He sat across from me in my kitchen, notepad balanced on his knee, asking questions I couldn't answer. How long had I lived here? Did I know the previous owners? Had I noticed anything unusual about the property? I told him about the creaking, about how my dog, usually calm, would pace and whine near that corner, about the strange dreams I'd been having since moving in, dreams of digging, of whispered conversations in rooms I'd never seen. He wrote everything down with mechanical precision, but I could see doubt flickering behind his expression. The bracelet changed everything, though. It meant this wasn't random. Someone had deliberately placed those remains under my floor, wrapped in fabric that smelled of earth and time and something else I couldn't identify. The previous owner had been an elderly woman who lived alone for decades. Her niece handled the sale, eager to close the estate quickly. Cash transaction, no inspections, take it as is. I'd been grateful for the simplicity then. Now I wondered what else I'd agreed to inherit. I started going through the boxes I'd never unpacked, searching for that photograph. Instead, I found things that didn't belong to me, a leather journal with entries in handwriting I didn't recognize, postcards addressed to names I'd never heard, a key that didn't fit any lock in the house. The journal entries were mundane at first. Grocery lists, appointments, reminders to water plants, but as I read deeper, the tone shifted. References to the child who visits and keeping secrets safe appeared with increasing frequency. The final entry, dated just weeks before the previous owner's death, contained only one line: some burdens pass from one keeper to the next. When I called the detective about the journal, his interest sharpened. He asked me to bring it to the station, along with anything else that seemed out of place. But when I arrived, a different officer met me at the desk. The original detective had been reassigned, I was told. This new officer seemed less invested, taking notes with obvious reluctance. The investigation stalled. Weeks passed without updates. The bones were sent for analysis, but results moved through bureaucratic channels at glacial pace. I found myself checking that corner of the living room obsessively, running my fingers along the replaced floorboard, wondering what else might be hidden beneath my feet. Then I discovered the basement door. I'd always assumed the narrow door near the kitchen led to a utility closet. I'd never tried to open it, accepting the realtor's explanation that it was sealed shut. But one afternoon, while cleaning, I noticed the lock looked newer than the rest of the hardware. The The key from the mystery box fit perfectly. Stone steps descended into darkness that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam. The smell hit me halfway down, that same iron scent from the burlap bundle, but stronger, mixed with something organic and cloying. The basement was larger than the house's footprint should have allowed, stretching back into shadows my light couldn't penetrate. Makeshift shelves lined the walls, holding glass jars filled with liquid and objects I couldn't immediately identify. In the center of the room sat a wooden table, its surface stained dark with substances that had soaked deep into the grain. Scratches marred the wood in patterns that looked almost deliberate. But it was the photographs that stopped me cold. Dozens of them pinned to a corkboard like evidence in a crime drama. Children of various ages, some in school portraits, others candid shots taken from a distance. My grandmother's photo was there too, but not the version I remembered. This one showed her as a young woman, holding a baby I'd never seen before. The baby wore the silver bracelet. I stared at that image until my eyes watered, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The writing on the back was faded but legible. First keeper, 1943. Below it, in different handwriting, passed to second keeper, 1978. And finally, in the shaky script I recognized from the journal, awaiting third keeper. The date was recent, just days before I'd bought the house. My hands shook as I photographed everything, the camera flash creating harsh shadows that made the basement feel even more threatening. I needed to leave to call someone to report what I'd found, but as I turned toward the stairs, I heard it. Footsteps above my head, slow, deliberate movement across the living room floor. I hadn't locked the front door. In my eagerness to explore the basement, I'd forgotten basic security. Now someone was in my house, walking directly toward the spot where I'd found the remains. I climbed the stairs as quietly as possible, each step seeming to echo despite my efforts. The kitchen was empty, but I could hear movement in the living room, whispered conversation between at least two people. The new one found it too quickly, a woman's voice said. We should have waited longer. Doesn't matter now, replied a man. The process has started. She'll understand eventually. I pressed myself against the kitchen wall, phone in hand, but realized I had no signal in the basement's vicinity. Whatever dampened the cell tower reception down there extended upward into the main house. Check the basement, the woman instructed. Make sure nothing else was disturbed. Heavy footsteps moved toward the kitchen. I had seconds to decide, confront whoever had invaded my home, or find another way out. The back door was visible from where the man would enter the kitchen. My only option was the small window above the sink. I made it halfway through when strong hands grabbed my ankles. They didn't hurt me, that was almost worse than if they had. The woman helped me down from the window with gentle efficiency, like a teacher assisting a student. She was older, maybe 60, with kind eyes that didn't match the situation. The man was younger, nervous, checking the basement door repeatedly. You weren't supposed to find the key so quickly, the woman explained, settling me into my own kitchen chair like we were having tea. Usually it takes months, sometimes years. The house reveals itself gradually. What are you talking about? I demanded, but my voice came out smaller than intended. The responsibility, she said simply. It's been passing from person to person for generations. The child needs a guardian, someone to keep the secret safe. The man returned from the basement, nodding to the woman. Everything's still there. Nothing's been moved. Good, she turned back to me. Your grandmother understood. She kept the child safe for 37 years before passing the duty to the previous owner. Now it's your turn. My grandmother died when I was 12, I protested. She lived across the country, never owned this house. The woman smiled sadly. Distance doesn't matter. The calling finds who it needs to find. Your grandmother chose you before you were born. The bracelet was her signal to us that you were ready. Nothing made sense. I thought about the photograph, about the baby wearing my grandmother's bracelet, about the journal entries that seemed to anticipate my arrival. The pieces fit together in a pattern I didn't want to acknowledge. The bones upstairs, I said slowly. They're not evidence of a crime. They're evidence of care, the woman corrected. The child has been treasured, protected, hidden from those who would exploit the gift. Each keeper adds their own protection, their own layer of concealment. The man shifted uncomfortably. We should go. She needs time to process. As they moved toward the door, the woman paused. The house will teach you what you need to know. Listen to the creaking. Follow the sounds. The child will guide you when you're ready. They left as quietly as they'd arrived. I sat in my kitchen as daylight faded, staring at the basement door, at the corner where the floorboard had been replaced, at the empty space on my mantel where a photograph used to sit. The creaking started again that night, but this time it sounded different, less like structural settling and more like someone small trying to get my attention. I haven't called the police back. I haven't tried to leave. The basement door stays unlocked now, and sometimes I find myself standing at the top of those stone steps, listening to sounds that might be imagination or might be something else entirely. The bracelet sits on my kitchen table, still tarnished, still carrying the weight of decades. I catch myself reaching for it sometimes, wondering if putting it on would complete some circuit I'm not ready to close. But the creaking continues, patient and persistent, and I'm starting to understand that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be inherited. Crime 2, the walls in this place were too thin. I could hear breathing through them, not voices, just breathing. I tapped and the sound stopped, then something tapped back. The landlord said no one lived on the other side, so I drilled, not big, just a hole through the drywall. Behind it wasn't insulation, it was a hidden crawl space, and inside someone had been living there. Bedding, empty food cans, and hundreds of Polaroids. Each one was of me, sleeping, walking, changing. Some taken from angles that shouldn't even be possible, and the most recent one, it was taken from behind my head. That photograph changed everything. The angle was wrong, impossible, unless someone had been standing directly behind me while I stared into my bathroom mirror that morning. My hands trembled as I held it, the chemical smell of the developing solution still clinging to the glossy surface. The person in the crawl space hadn't just been watching, they had been inside my apartment. I pulled out my phone and called the police, but my voice cracked when I tried to explain what I'd found. The operator asked if I was in immediate danger, and I realized I didn't know how to answer that question. The breathing had stopped. The space was empty now, just scattered evidence of someone's life lived in the shadows between my walls. The bedding was still warm. Detective Martinez arrived within the hour, followed by a crime scene photographer who documented everything with the same clinical detachment I'd seen in television procedurals. But this wasn't television. This was my life, my privacy, invaded in ways I was only beginning to understand. The detective bagged the photographs while I sat on my couch, trying to process the violation of it all. The investigation revealed things I hadn't noticed before. Tiny holes drilled through the walls at eye level, barely visible unless you knew where to look. a sophisticated network of passages that connected not just to my apartment, but to 3 others in the building. Whoever had been living in those walls had access to multiple units, multiple lives, multiple victims. The building's rental history became crucial evidence. The detective showed me a list of previous tenants, people who had complained about strange noises, missing items, feeling watched. One woman had moved out after finding her underwear rearranged in her drawer. Another had reported food disappearing from her refrigerator. The landlord had dismissed these complaints as paranoid delusions or forgetfulness. But the landlord's explanations didn't add up. The crawl space was too sophisticated, too well planned to be the work of a random intruder. Someone with knowledge of the building's construction had created this network of hidden passages. Someone with keys, with access, with intimate knowledge of each tenant's schedule and habits. I started paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The way the landlord always seemed to know when I was home, calling at odd hours to check on maintenance issues that never quite materialized. How he'd mentioned knowing I worked late shifts, though I'd never told him my schedule. The way he'd lingered during apartment inspections, asking personal questions about my routines, my relationships, my fears. The photographs told their own story. They weren't random snapshots, but carefully composed surveillance, documenting patterns of behavior over months. Someone had studied my life with the dedication of a scholar, learning my vulnerabilities, my blind spots, my moments of complete privacy that turned out to be anything but private. One photograph stood out among the rest. It showed me asleep in my bed, but the angle was from above, as if taken from the ceiling. I examined my bedroom carefully and found it a small panel in the acoustic tile ceiling that could be moved aside. The space above was large enough for someone to crawl through, to position themselves directly over my bed while I slept unknowing beneath them. The detective interviewed other tenants, and their stories began forming a pattern of systematic invasion. A young woman on the 2nd floor had noticed her apartment always smelled like cigarettes when she returned from work, though she didn't smoke. A man on the 3rd floor had found muddy footprints in his bathroom after a weekend away. Each incident had been explained away, rationalized, dismissed as coincidence or carelessness. But coincidences don't leave Polaroid photographs. Coincidences don't create elaborate networks of hidden passages. Coincidences don't know exactly when you'll be showering, sleeping, changing clothes in what you believed was the privacy of your own home. The case stalled when the landlord hired an expensive attorney and suddenly became unavailable for questioning. The hidden passages were sealed with concrete, the building was sold to a new management company, and the investigation was quietly transferred to a different jurisdiction where it disappeared into a stack of cold cases. I moved out, obviously, but I still wake up sometimes in my new apartment, listening to the walls, wondering who might be breathing on the other side. I check my ceiling tiles regularly now, run my hands along the walls feeling for irregularities, for holes that shouldn't be there. The detective told me they'd found similar crawlspace networks in other buildings around the area, all linked to the same property management company, all with the same architectural modifications that shouldn't have been possible without insider knowledge. But proving conspiracy requires evidence that seems to disappear whenever investigators get close to the truth. I kept one of the photographs, the one taken from behind my head. I study it sometimes, trying to understand what I'm looking at. In the reflection of my bathroom mirror, just barely visible in the corner of the frame, there's a shadow that doesn't belong to me. A figure standing where no one should have been able to stand. The breathing has stopped, but I can still hear it sometimes in the silence between my heartbeats. Someone was living in my walls, watching my life unfold from hidden spaces I never knew existed. They documented my most private moments with the patience of someone who had all the access they needed and knew they'd never be caught. The worst part isn't what they saw. It's knowing that somewhere out there, in another building with thin walls and hidden passages, they're probably still watching someone else. Still breathing quietly in the spaces between walls, still taking photographs of lives lived in the illusion of privacy. The case remains open, technically, but open cases don't bring justice to victims whose most intimate moments became someone else's obsession. They just remind you that the walls around us are sometimes thinner than we think, and privacy is often just another word for the space between one person's violation and another person's willingness to look the other way. Crime 3, I thought the listing was a mistake. Who leaves furniture, toys, and photo albums behind in a house they've sold? The attic was full of them, dusty but untouched. Then I found a journal. It wasn't from a child, it was from someone hired to watch the children. Entry after entry described strange routines, rules, punishments, and fear. The last few pages were frantic, scribbled warnings about locked rooms, chains, and the sound from under the crib. I never met the babysitter. But someone left their shoes outside the nursery. They were facing the door, and they were still warm. The real estate agent had been eager to close, too eager. When I asked about the previous owners, she shuffled through papers and gave me fragments. A family with 2 small children. The father traveled frequently for work. The mother stayed home but needed help. They hired someone through a local service. Everything seemed normal until they weren't. I started reading the journal that first week after moving in. The handwriting was careful at first, methodical. The entries began with mundane observations about feeding schedules and nap routines, but something felt wrong in the tone. The babysitter wrote about the children like they were specimens being studied rather than cared for. The mother apparently gave very specific instructions. The children were to remain in their rooms after a certain hour. No exceptions. The babysitter wasn't allowed in the basement or the master bedroom. Meals were to be prepared exactly as written on index cards left on the kitchen counter. The father's study was strictly off limits, even when he was away. As I read deeper, the entries became more unsettling. The babysitter began questioning why the children never spoke about school friends or outside activities, why they flinched when touched unexpectedly, why the little girl had marks on her wrists that looked like rope burns. The babysitter started taking photographs, documenting things that didn't seem right. I found those photographs tucked between pages near the back of the journal. Polaroids of empty rooms with furniture pushed against walls, close-ups of scratches on door frames, pictures of the basement door heavily padlocked from the outside. One image showed the children's bedroom window boarded up from the inside with thick plywood. The babysitter had become suspicious of the parents' explanations. When asked about the basement, the mother claimed it flooded frequently and wasn't safe. The boarded windows were for the children's protection during severe weather. The father's study contained important documents that couldn't be disturbed. Every question received an answer that felt rehearsed. I decided to explore the basement myself. The locks had been removed, but I could see where they had been mounted. The space was clean, too clean. Industrial-grade carpet covered the concrete floor. Heavy-duty ventilation systems hummed quietly in corners. Drainage grates were positioned strategically around the perimeter. This wasn't a typical basement. It was designed for something that required containment and cleanup. Back in the journal, the babysitter's handwriting became increasingly erratic. Entries described strange sounds coming from beneath the children's bedroom floor, muffled voices that didn't belong to anyone in the house. The children would sometimes stand perfectly still and listen, their faces showing recognition of something the babysitter couldn't hear. The babysitter began staying later, trying to piece together what was happening in this house. One entry described finding a hidden camera in the children's bathroom. Another mentioned discovering a collection of VHS tapes in the father's study, labeled with dates and initials. The babysitter never mentioned watching those tapes, but the handwriting changed after that discovery. More desperate, more frightened. I contacted the real estate agent again, pressing for more information about the previous owners. She finally admitted the house had been sold under unusual circumstances. The family left suddenly, abandoning most of their possessions. There had been some kind of investigation, but charges were never filed. The neighbors were tight-lipped about what they might have seen or heard. The journal's final entries were barely legible. The babysitter wrote about confronting the mother with evidence of what was happening to the children. The mother's reaction wasn't denial or shock, it was rage at being discovered. The babysitter planned to contact authorities the next day, but there were no more entries after that decision. I found something else in the attic that the journal hadn't mentioned. A cell phone, old but functional. The last text message was never sent. It was addressed to emergency services, with a detailed description of child abuse and evidence of multiple victims. The timestamp showed it was composed months before the family abandoned the house. When I checked the basement again, I noticed something I had missed initially. Scratch marks on the walls about the height a child might reach. Some areas of the carpet showed signs of being replaced recently. Under better lighting, I could see faint stains that had soaked through to the concrete beneath. The neighbors finally started talking when I mentioned finding the journal. They had heard sounds coming from the house during late hours, crying that went on for hours, cars arriving and leaving at odd times. The babysitter's car had been parked in the driveway for 3 consecutive days before anyone realized something was wrong. Local records showed the babysitter had been reported missing by family members. The investigation went cold when the family moved away suddenly. The official report stated there was no evidence of foul play, despite the abandoned car and personal belongings left behind. I tried tracking down the family's new location, but they seemed to have vanished completely. No forwarding address, no employment records, no school transfers for the children. It was as if they had never existed, except for the evidence they left behind in this house. The journal ended, but the story didn't. I kept finding things they had missed. A small recording device hidden in the nursery wall. Audio files of conversations between the parents about maintaining discipline and keeping secrets. References to other families, other babysitters, other houses. I realized I wasn't just living in a crime scene. I was living in a system that had operated for years, maybe decades. The house had been designed for this purpose. The soundproofing, the basement setup, the strategic placement of cameras. This wasn't a family that had hidden their crimes. This was a family that had perfected them. The police were interested when I brought them the evidence, but not surprised. They told me about similar cases in other areas, families that moved frequently, children who disappeared from records, babysitters who vanished without trace. It was bigger than one house, one family, one crime. But they also told me something that chilled me more than everything I had discovered. The investigation had been reopened recently because of new evidence. Other houses had been found, other journals, other victims, and some of the families were still out there, still operating, still moving from place to place. I sleep in this house every night, surrounded by evidence of horrors I can barely comprehend. The journal sits on my nightstand, a reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself with violence and chaos. Sometimes it hides behind normal facades, patient and methodical, leaving only traces for those brave enough to look. The babysitter never left this house, neither have the children. Their voices are preserved in hidden recordings, their suffering documented in photographs, their fear recorded in desperate handwriting. They're all still here, waiting for someone to listen, to believe, to act. And I wonder how many other houses are out there, how many other families, how many other babysitters who tried to save children and paid the ultimate price for their courage. The journal ends, but the questions multiply. Justice wasn't served here. Truth wasn't revealed. Evil simply moved on to the next house, the next victims, the next person who would try to stop them. Some crimes don't end with arrests or trials. They end with silence, abandonment, and the hope that someone else will eventually piece together what really happened. I am that someone else now, but I'm beginning to understand why the babysitter was so afraid. Because finding the truth is only the first step. Surviving long enough to share it is something else entirely. Crime 4, I volunteered in prisons before, but this one was different. One inmate stared at me the entire time, never spoke, just watched. When I left, I thought that was it. But I started getting letters, not mailed, slid under my door. They referenced conversations I never had out loud, things I thought. The writing was erratic but familiar. Then came the sketches, my room, my kitchen, my bed. I went back to ask how he was sending things out. The guards told me something that froze me. That inmate died last month. No one's been in that cell since. The warden's face showed nothing when I explained what was happening. He led me through gray corridors that smelled of disinfectant and something else I couldn't identify. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a sickly pallor. My footsteps echoed against concrete walls while his remained silent. "Show me the cell," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The heavy metal door stood open. Inside, the narrow space held only a thin mattress and a small sink. No personal belongings, no papers, no pencils. The walls were bare except for scratches in the paint that might have been counting marks or might have been something else entirely. "We cleaned it thoroughly after he passed," the warden said. "Standard procedure." I stepped inside, running my fingers along the cold concrete. The scratches felt deeper than they looked. Under the window, barely visible unless you knew where to look, someone had carved letters into the wall. Not words, just initials. The same initials that appeared at the bottom of every letter I'd received. "How did he die?" I asked. "Natural causes, heart failure during the night shift. The cameras show no one entering or leaving his cell." Back home, I spread the letters across my kitchen table. 17 in total, each one more detailed than the last. The handwriting grew shakier as they progressed, but the observations became more precise. The writer knew I drank coffee black, knew I left my bedroom window cracked open, knew about the scar on my left shoulder that no one could see through clothing. The sketches troubled me most. They showed my apartment from angles that should have been impossible. My living room drawn from a corner where no one could stand. My bathroom depicted from above as if someone floated near the ceiling. Each drawing included details I'd never noticed myself, the way shadows fell across my walls, the exact placement of books on my nightstand. I called the prison's administrative office. The clerk, a woman with a tired voice, confirmed what the warden had told me. The inmate's name was removed from all records, standard policy after death. No visitors during his incarceration, no outgoing mail privileges, no art supplies provided. "But someone had to know him," I pressed. "Family, friends." "I'm sorry, but that information is confidential." That evening I found another letter. This one felt different in my hands, the paper thicker, older somehow. The message was brief. You're reading this right now. I can see you from here. I looked around my apartment. The windows faced a busy street, but no one could see inside from that distance. The building across from mine had been empty for months, windows boarded up after a fire. I checked every lock, drew every curtain, but sleep wouldn't come. The next morning brought a revelation that changed everything. While organizing the letters chronologically, I noticed something in the postmarks, or rather, the lack of them. These weren't mailed, they were hand-delivered, slipped under my door exactly as I'd found them. But the dates written on each letter preceded my visits to the prison by weeks, sometimes months. I drove back to the facility, my hands gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The guard at the entrance remembered me, waved me through without the usual paperwork. I went straight to the records office. I need to see the surveillance footage from the past month, I told the duty officer. That's not something we typically. Someone has been watching me, someone who knew an inmate here. I need to know who. The footage showed me leaving the prison after each visit, but it also showed something else, a figure in the background, always just out of focus, always turning away when the camera angle shifted. The same build as the inmate who'd watched me, the same deliberate movements. Who is that? I pointed to the screen. The officer squinted at the monitor. I don't see anyone. But I could see him clearly, standing by the fence, watching my car pull away, following me with his eyes until I disappeared from view. The final letter arrived that night. Inside the envelope, along with the usual sketchy handwriting, was something that made my blood run cold, a photograph. It showed me sleeping in my bed, taken from the foot of the mattress. The angle was perfect, the lighting natural, as if someone had stood there for a long time waiting for the right moment. On the back, written in the same erratic script, I never really left. I never returned to that prison, never volunteered anywhere again, but sometimes in the corner of my vision I catch glimpses of movement, a shadow that shouldn't be there, the feeling of being watched from impossible angles. The official records state that the inmate died alone in his cell, no foul play suspected, case closed, but records can be wrong, people can lie. And sometimes the truth is something we're not prepared to accept. The letters stopped coming after I moved across the country, but the scratches appeared again, different walls, same initials, same feeling of eyes that see everything and follow wherever I go. I've learned to live with uncertainty, to accept that some questions don't have answers that make sense. The inmate might be dead. The letters might have come from someone else entirely. The photographs could be explained by someone with access to my apartment. But late at night, when shadows move in ways they shouldn't, I remember his stare. Fixed, unblinking, watching me like he knew something I didn't. And sometimes I wonder if he's still watching now. Crime 5, I was filing paperwork at my new job when I came across a stack of old reports. Most were routine, missing wallets, noise complaints, but then I saw my own photo. It was slightly younger, but unmistakably me. Same scar on the eyebrow, same chipped tooth. The report claimed I disappeared years ago. The strange part, it was signed and confirmed by someone with my handwriting. The details listed were all true: family, school, even childhood injuries. I tried to tell my boss, but the file vanished. I think I was never supposed to see it, or maybe I was. The office had that particular smell of old paper and stale coffee that clings to government buildings. I'd been working there for 3 weeks, sorting through decades of accumulated case files. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow that made my skin look pale and drawn. I kept returning to that empty folder where the report had been. My fingers traced the edges of the manila sleeve, searching for some evidence that what I'd seen was real. The paper had felt different under my fingertips, thicker, more official than the usual carbon copies we processed. There had been a water stain in the corner, shaped like a teardrop. My supervisor never mentioned the missing file. She moved through the office with her usual efficiency, her heels clicking against the linoleum in a rhythm that had become background noise. When I asked about the filing system, she simply handed me another stack of papers and told me to focus on current cases. But I couldn't focus. The image of my own face staring back at me from that report had burned itself into my memory. The photograph had been taken from an angle I didn't recognize, slightly from below, as if the camera had been held low. I'd been wearing a shirt I couldn't remember owning, standing in front of a building I'd never seen before. During my lunch break, I started checking the older filing cabinets, the ones tucked away in the basement storage room, covered in dust and labeled with years that predated my employment. The basement smelled of mildew and something else, something metallic that made my stomach turn. The single bulb cast long shadows between the rows of cabinets. In the third cabinet I searched, I found another reference. Not a full report, just a note clipped to an unrelated case. My name was mentioned in passing, listed as a potential witness to an incident that had occurred during what should have been my senior year of high school, but I remembered that year clearly. I'd spent it recovering from a car accident, mostly confined to bed, certainly not witnessing any incidents worth documenting. The handwriting on the note was mine, I was certain of it. The way I formed my letters, the particular slant of my signature, it was unmistakably my hand, but I had no memory of writing those words. I photocopied the note before anyone could see me. The machine's light flashed beneath the glass, and for a moment I felt dizzy. The fluorescent bulb above flickered, casting the room in alternating light and shadow. My hands were shaking as I folded the copy and slipped it into my pocket. That evening I sat in my apartment staring at the photocopy. The paper felt rough against my fingers and I could smell the toner from the machine. My cat watched me from across the room, her green eyes reflecting the lamplight. She'd been acting strangely since I'd started working at the office, following me more closely, meowing at empty corners of the room. I called my mother. Her voice sounded tired, but she answered my questions patiently. Yes, I'd been in the car accident. Yes, I'd missed most of senior year. No, I'd never mentioned being a witness to anything unusual. She asked why I was bringing up such old memories, and I couldn't find a way to explain without sounding unhinged. The next day I arrived at work early. The building was quiet and my footsteps echoed in the empty hallways. I wanted to search the files again, but when I tried to access the basement, I found the door locked. A new sign had been posted, authorized personnel only. My supervisor arrived shortly after I did. She seemed different somehow, more watchful. When she spoke to me, her eyes lingered on my face as if she were memorizing my features. The coffee she offered me tasted bitter, with an aftertaste that reminded me of metal. During my break, I walked to the local library. The librarian, an elderly woman with kind eyes, helped me access their newspaper archives. I searched for any mention of my name in connection with the incident referenced in the note. The microfilm reader hummed softly as I scrolled through page after page of local news. I found it buried in a small item on page 7, a brief mention of a break-in at a warehouse with my name listed among the witnesses who had provided statements to police. The date was clear, a day I remembered spending in the hospital, heavily medicated and barely conscious. The room suddenly felt too warm. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, and the words on the screen seemed to blur together. The librarian appeared beside me, asking if I was feeling all right. Her voice sounded distant, as if she were speaking from the end of a long tunnel. I printed the article and left quickly. Outside, the air felt thin and cold against my skin. I walked home instead of taking the bus, needing the movement and the familiar rhythm of my own footsteps on the sidewalk. At home, I spread the documents across my kitchen table. The missing person report I'd glimpsed, the witness note, the newspaper article. They painted a picture of a life I'd never lived, experiences I'd never had. But the handwriting was mine. The signature was mine. Even the details were accurate, down to the scar I'd gotten falling from a tree when I was 8. I tried to remember that period of my recovery more clearly. The days had blended together in a haze of medication and sleep. Visitors had come and gone, doctors, nurses, family members. But there had been others too, people I couldn't quite place. Officials who'd asked questions I couldn't remember answering. My phone rang, startling me from my thoughts. It was my supervisor, asking if I was planning to return to work. Her voice carried a note I hadn't heard before, something that might have been concern, or might have been something else entirely. I told her I'd be in tomorrow. After I hung up, I sat in the growing darkness of my apartment, listening to the sounds of the building settling around me. My cat had disappeared somewhere, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the documents that proved I'd lived a life I couldn't remember. The next morning, I found my desk cleared of all files. My supervisor explained that they were reorganizing the filing system, that I'd be assigned to different duties. She handed me a new stack of paperwork, current cases, recent reports, nothing older than the past month. But I kept thinking about that basement room, about the locked door and the files that might still be waiting there. About the handwriting that was mine but wasn't, about the memories that belonged to someone who looked exactly like me. As I worked through the new assignments, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, not just by my supervisor, but by the building itself. The walls seemed to press closer, and the air felt thick with secrets that had been buried but not forgotten. The truth was somewhere in those files, in those missing pieces of my own history. But maybe some truths are meant to stay buried. Maybe some questions are more dangerous than the answers they might reveal. I still work in that office. I still sort through files and process reports. But now I know that somewhere in those endless stacks of paper, there's a story about me that I never lived. Or maybe I did live it, and the life I remember is the fiction. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the office windows, and for just a moment I don't recognize the person looking back. The scar is still there, the chipped tooth unchanged, but the eyes seem different somehow, older, more knowing, as if they've seen things I can't remember. The file is still missing, but I'm beginning to think that maybe I'm the one who's really lost. Crime 6, no one told me the cabin had a basement. I found the trapdoor under a rug rusted shut. I pried it open, climbed down, and felt the temperature drop. It wasn't storage down there, it was containment. Chains bolted to the wall, stained cushions, and a notebook left on a metal chair. The writing inside was erratic, filled with rants and instructions. Feed it once a day, never speak while it's awake. It lies. I thought it was a joke. Until I heard something scraping against the far wall, something that repeated my voice back to me exactly. The sound stopped the moment I climbed back up those wooden steps. My hands were shaking as I called my uncle, the one who'd given me the keys to this place after my grandmother passed. He didn't answer. Neither did my aunt. I tried my cousin, then my father. voicemail after voicemail, each one sounding more hollow than the last. I drove back to the city that same afternoon, but the notebook came with me. I couldn't leave it behind. The pages smelled like damp earth and something metallic I didn't want to identify. The handwriting changed throughout, sometimes neat cursive, sometimes angry scrawls, sometimes letters so faint they looked like whispers pressed into paper. The first entry was dated 3 decades ago, a child's handwriting describing a game of hide and seek that went wrong. Found something in the woods, brought it home. Mother says we have to keep it now. The entries grew darker as the years passed. Different hands, different voices, but always the same subject, always the same basement, always the same chains. I started making phone calls. Old neighbors, family, friends, anyone who might remember those summers at the cabin. Most hung up when I mentioned the basement. Others claimed they'd never heard of any basement. But one woman, an elderly neighbor who'd lived across the lake for 40 years, agreed to meet me at a diner downtown. She ordered coffee but never touched it. Her fingers drummed against the formica table as I showed her photocopies of the notebook pages. Your family, she said finally, they were always quiet people, kept to themselves, but we heard things sometimes. Sounds carrying across the water on still nights, voices calling out, then suddenly stopping. The woman's eyes never met mine as she spoke. She described seeing lights in the cabin basement windows when the family claimed no one was there. She mentioned delivery trucks arriving at odd hours, always carrying supplies that didn't make sense for a weekend retreat, medical equipment, heavy furniture, things that went down to the basement and never came back up. I asked your grandmother about it once, she continued. She said they were caring for a sick relative, someone who couldn't be around other people. But I saw the medical examiner's van parked there one morning early, before the family arrived for the weekend, and I saw them leave empty-handed. I pressed her for more details, but she'd already said too much. She left money on the table and walked away, leaving me with more questions than answers and the growing certainty that whatever had been in that basement wasn't the only secret my family had kept. The next entry in the notebook was written in my grandmother's careful script. She described finding the previous caretaker dead in the basement, victim of what she called an unfortunate accident. But the details didn't add up. The injuries she described weren't consistent with an accident. They suggested something far more deliberate, something planned. I started researching missing persons reports from the area. The patterns emerged slowly. People who disappeared near the lake over the decades. Hikers, campers, travelers passing through, all dismissed as accidents or runaways. But the timing aligned perfectly with the notebook entries. Each disappearance followed by new handwriting in those pages, new voices describing the same routine. Feed it, watch it, keep it quiet. The final entry was in my uncle's handwriting, dated just months before my grandmother's death. It's getting stronger. The chains won't hold much longer. We need to find a permanent solution. Below that, in different ink, someone had written my name and phone number. I called the local police, but the desk sergeant's tone changed the moment I mentioned my family name. That case is closed, he said. Has been for years. Best to leave it that way. The line went dead before I could ask what case he meant. The medical examiner's office had no record of any deaths at the cabin. The county clerk couldn't find any permits for basement construction. According to official records, the basement I'd stood in, the chains I'd touched, the notebook I'd read, none of it existed. But I still had the key to the cabin, and I still had questions that needed answering. The drive back took longer this time. I stopped at every gas station, every diner, showing pictures of the notebook pages to anyone who would look. Most turned away quickly. but one mechanic, an older man with grease-stained fingers, nodded slowly when he saw the handwriting. "I know that script," he said. "Did some work on their vehicles over the years. Always cash payments, always in a hurry to get back. But the strange thing was the smell. Every car that family brought in smelled like fear, like something trapped and desperate." He wiped his hands on a rag, but they kept shaking. I always wondered what they were so afraid of getting out. The cabin looked exactly the same from the outside, but as I approached the front door, I noticed the windows had been boarded up from the inside. Fresh boards, new nails. Someone had been there recently. Someone who didn't want anything getting in or getting out. The trapdoor was still there, still hidden under the same rug, but when I opened it this time, the basement was empty. No chains, no cushions, no metal chair, just clean concrete walls and the faint outline of where the bolts had been removed. The air still smelled wrong, though, still carried that metallic taint that reminded me of old blood and fresh fear. On the basement floor, barely visible in the dim light, I found a single piece of paper. It was torn from the notebook, but this page was different. This one was written in my own handwriting. Words I didn't remember writing, describing things I'd never done. Day 1 in the basement. The chains are comfortable once you stop fighting them. The voices are getting clearer now. They want me to write everything down. They want me to remember what really happened that night. I climbed back up those wooden steps one last time. Behind me in the darkness below, I could hear something scraping against the concrete floor. Something that sounded almost like fingernails. Something that whispered my name in a voice that sounded exactly like mine. The notebook was still in my car, but when I opened it now, every page was blank. Every word, every entry, every confession gone, as if they'd never existed at all, as if I'd imagined everything. But my hands still shake when I hold a pen. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself writing things I don't remember. Instructions, confessions, plans for a basement I've never seen and chains I've never touched. The cabin is for sale now. The listing mentions the spacious interior and peaceful location, but it doesn't mention the basement. According to the real estate agent, there is no basement, never has been. I keep the key anyway, just in case someone needs to feed it again. Crime 7, I thought the mirrors were decorative, until one cracked and I saw the eye on the other side. Behind every room there was a narrow hallway hidden in the walls, cams, mics, screens showing every angle of the house. This wasn't someone's home, it was a theater. Every resident before me had been recorded. I found tapes, labeled with numbers, notes on behavior, reactions to fear. I tried to leave, but the front door wouldn't open. I smashed every mirror I could find, but the red light behind the bathroom vent stayed on, and someone started breathing heavier. The realtor had been nervous. Her hands kept fidgeting with the keys, and she avoided looking directly at me when she spoke. The rental price was impossibly low for such a pristine house, but I needed somewhere to disappear for a while. Fresh start, new chapter, all those click-s that people tell themselves when running from something they can't name. The house felt wrong from the first night. Not haunted wrong, practical wrong. Like someone had built it with purposes that weren't immediately obvious. The mirrors were positioned at odd angles, reflecting corners instead of faces. The electrical outlets were in strange places, too high or too low, as if installed by someone who didn't understand how people actually lived. But the strangest thing was the silence. Complete, suffocating silence that made my own heartbeat sound like thunder. I started documenting everything. Maybe it was the investigator in me, or maybe I just needed something to do with my hands. The floorboards creaked in a pattern that didn't match my footsteps. The heating system hummed at frequencies that seemed designed to unsettle rather than comfort. When I showered, the water pressure dropped whenever I moved to certain positions, as if the plumbing was monitoring my movements. The crack in the bedroom mirror appeared on my third night, a hairline fracture that caught the light wrong, creating a gap that seemed deeper than it should be. I pressed my face close to examine it, and that's when I saw the reflection that wasn't mine. An eye, bloodshot and wide, staring back from somewhere behind the glass. My rational mind tried to dismiss it, a trick of light, a reflection from another room, but the eye blinked when mine didn't. I found the first hidden door by accident. While moving furniture against the wall, my hand brushed against what felt like a loose panel. It swung inward with a soft click, revealing a narrow passage that ran parallel to the bedroom. The air inside was stale and warm, carrying the metallic scent of electronics. My phone's flashlight illuminated cables running along the ceiling, cameras mounted at regular intervals, and monitors displaying live feeds from every room I'd been in. The documentation was extensive. File cabinets lined the hidden hallway, filled with folders labeled with numbers rather than names. Each contained photographs, behavioral notes, and detailed schedules of previous residents. The handwriting was meticulous, clinical, like a researcher studying lab animals. Subject 23 responds well to auditory stimuli. Subject 47 shows signs of paranoia after 2 weeks. Subject 61 attempted to contact authorities, but calls were intercepted. I recognized some of the faces from the missing persons reports I'd worked on in my previous life. People who'd vanished without explanation, their families left with questions that would never be answered. But here they were, documented and cataloged, their final days recorded in excruciating detail. The notes described their growing awareness of being watched, their attempts to escape, their eventual acceptance of their situation. The monitors showed me that I wasn't alone in the house. Movement in rooms I hadn't entered, shadows passing by cameras I hadn't discovered yet. Someone was maintaining this place, reviewing the footage, updating the files. The realization hit me like ice water. I wasn't just a tenant. I was the latest subject in an ongoing experiment. I tried to leave that night. The front door handle turned, but the mechanism wouldn't engage. The windows were sealed from the outside, their frames welded shut with professional precision. My phone had no signal, and the landline produced only static. I was trapped in a house designed to contain people, with someone watching my every reaction to the growing horror of my situation. The breathing started when I began destroying the surveillance equipment, heavy, labored breaths that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I shattered every mirror I could find, tore down cameras, and ripped cables from the walls. But for every piece of equipment I destroyed, I found evidence of backup systems. The red light behind the bathroom vent remained constant, a mechanical eye that never blinked. The final folder contained my own information. Photographs taken before I'd even seen the house, details about my background, my work, my reasons for needing to disappear. The notes were already started, documenting my behavior patterns, my responses to isolation, my investigative instincts. Whoever was running this operation had been watching me long before I'd become their subject. As I write this, I can hear footsteps in the hidden passages. Slow, deliberate movements that follow my own path through the house. The breathing has grown louder, more urgent, as if my discovery has triggered something new in the experiment. I found weapons in the previous subjects, files, kitchen knives, improvised tools, evidence of desperate attempts at self-defense. But none of them had worked, none of them had escaped. The most disturbing realization isn't that I'm trapped. It's that somewhere in this house, past subjects might still be alive, hidden in sections I haven't discovered yet. The breathing could be coming from them, former residents who have become part of the experiment itself. The watchers might not be strangers. They might be people like me who have been here so long they've forgotten who they used to be. I found a letter in the latest folder, written in handwriting I recognized as my own, though I have no memory of writing it. It described my willing participation in the study, my consent to be monitored, my agreement to help with future subjects. The signature was mine, but the person who wrote those words felt like a stranger. How long have I been here? How many subjects have I watched through these same monitors? The red light behind the vent just turned green. Somewhere in the walls, a door is opening. Heavy footsteps are approaching, and I can smell something familiar, my own cologne, as if whoever is coming has been wearing my clothes. I should be afraid, but instead I feel curious. There are still so many questions, so many files to review, so many subjects to study. Maybe I'll find the answers in the next folder. Maybe I'll understand why the house was built this way, why some people are chosen to be watched while others do the watching. The breathing has stopped now, replaced by the sound of my own heartbeat, steady and calm. I'm not trying to escape anymore. I'm trying to understand. The investigation continues, but I'm no longer sure which side of the camera I'm on. Crime 8, it started as a prank, or at least that's what I thought. A rotten banana left on my counter. A stuffed animal with its eyes ripped out on my bed. Then came the tooth, clean, almost polished, sitting on top of my eggs. I didn't touch it. The next day a box showed up on my porch. Inside were more teeth, human, all labeled with tags, dates, locations. I took them to the police. They ran the tags. One belonged to a known murder victim from a neighboring county. The others still unidentified, but one of the dates matched my birthday. The detective handling my case had tired eyes and fingers stained yellow from cigarettes. She spread the evidence bags across her desk like tarot cards, each one containing a piece of someone's last moments. The tooth from my fridge sat in the center, catching the fluorescent light in a way that made my stomach turn. I watched her compare the dental records, her pen tapping against the metal desk in a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The victim had been found buried in a shallow grave, missing several teeth. The killer had taken trophies, she explained, her voice flat and professional. But why were they showing up in my home? The smell of disinfectant couldn't mask something else in that police station, something metallic and wrong. I kept thinking about the tooth, how it had gleamed against the white eggs, how perfectly it had been positioned, not dropped or thrown, but placed with care. Walking back to my car, I noticed my hands were shaking. The parking lot stretched endlessly under gray sky, and every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes. I fumbled with my keys, the metal cold against my palm, and wondered if someone was documenting this moment too. At home, I started checking things, really checking. The lock on my back door had tiny scratches around the keyhole that I'd never noticed. My bedroom window, the one facing the alley, didn't quite close properly anymore. The latch seemed loose, worn down by fingers that weren't mine. I called my landlord about changing the locks. He laughed, said I was being paranoid, but agreed to send someone over. While waiting, I went through my belongings with obsessive precision. Everything seemed normal until I reached my photo albums. Pictures were missing, not whole pages, just specific photos cut out with surgical precision. Group shots from college, family gatherings, vacation snapshots, all with my face carefully removed. The scissors had left clean edges, no tearing or hurried cuts. Someone had taken their time, sitting in my living room, methodically erasing me from my own memories. The locksmith arrived as the sun was setting, casting long shadows through my windows. He was older, with calloused hands and a way of not making eye contact that made me uncomfortable. As he worked, I noticed him studying my apartment layout, memorizing the placement of furniture, the location of doors and windows. That evening I couldn't eat. The new locks felt flimsy, theatrical. I kept walking to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator, expecting to find another gift waiting for me. The eggs sat innocent and white, but I couldn't shake the memory of that tooth gleaming among them. Sleep came in fragments. I'd drift off only to wake with the sensation that someone was breathing near my bed, watching me dream. The apartment felt different, as if the walls themselves had been rearranged while I slept. Familiar corners seemed foreign, and the shadows fell wrong. The detective called the next morning with an update that made my blood freeze. They'd identified another tooth from the box. It belonged to a different victim, one who disappeared months before the first. But here's what kept me awake. The dental work was recent, done after the victim had supposedly died. I drove to the dentist whose name was stamped on the evidence bag. The office sat in a strip mall between a nail salon and a tax preparation service, unremarkable and forgettable. The receptionist, a woman with nervous energy and bitten fingernails, claimed no knowledge of the patient. But when I mentioned the victim's case number, something flickered across her face. She excused herself, disappearing into the back office for longer than necessary. I could hear muffled conversation, urgent whispers, and the sound of filing cabinets opening and closing. When she returned, her smile felt rehearsed, and she insisted their records showed no such patient had ever been treated there. But I'd seen the fear in her eyes, the way her hands trembled as she shuffled through meaningless paperwork. Someone had coached her, prepared her for this exact conversation. The question was whether she was protecting the killer or herself. Driving home, I noticed the same car following me, a sedan with tinted windows that stayed 3 cars back, matching my speed, taking the same turns. At a red light, I studied the reflection in my side mirror, trying to glimpse the driver. The windshield remained dark, impenetrable, but I felt the weight of observation pressing against my spine. The car disappeared when I turned into my neighborhood, but the feeling of being watched intensified. Every curtain seemed to hide an observer, every parked car potentially occupied by someone cataloging my movements. I parked and sat in my car for long minutes, studying the street for anything out of place. Inside my apartment, I found another gift. This time it was a photograph of me, taken from across the street while I was speaking with the detective. In the picture, I looked small and vulnerable, unaware that someone was documenting my investigation. On the back, written in careful script, "You're getting close." The handwriting was familiar, but I couldn't place it. The letters were formed with precision, each curve deliberate and practiced. I'd seen this writing before, perhaps on birthday cards or grocery lists, something domestic and innocent that had been perverted into threat. I spread all the evidence across my kitchen table, the teeth, the photographs, the notes. Patterns emerged in the fluorescent light, connections that made my mouth go dry. The dates on the teeth corresponded to significant moments in my life, birthdays, graduations, the day I moved into this apartment. Someone had been watching me for years, collecting trophies to mark my milestones. The truth settled over me like cold water. This wasn't random. The victims weren't chosen for who they were, but for their connection to me. Each tooth represented someone who'd crossed my path, however briefly. The woman from the coffee shop who always remembered my order. The man who helped me jumpstart my car last winter. The neighbor who watered my plants when I was out of town. I reached for my phone to call the detective, but it was already ringing. Her voice was strained, urgent. They'd found another body, she said, fresh grave, recent kill. And this time they'd recovered something else. A detailed journal documenting every aspect of my daily routine going back years. The journal contained information no stranger could know, my fears, my habits, my passwords. Whoever wrote it had been inside my life so completely that the boundary between observer and observed had dissolved. They knew me better than I knew myself, had anticipated my reactions, had choreographed this entire investigation. As the detective spoke, I walked to my bathroom mirror and stared at my reflection. My face looked different, unfamiliar, as if I was seeing myself through someone else's eyes. Behind me, barely visible in the mirror's edge, I noticed something that made my breath catch. The window was open, just a crack, but I knew I'd closed it before leaving. And there on the sill was a single tooth, still warm. Crime 9, I worked for a cleanup crew, crime scenes, hoarding the worst of the worst. This house smelled like rot before we even opened the door. In the attic was the source, a decomposing body hidden behind drywall. What made me freeze wasn't the state of the corpse, it was the carving on the stomach. My full name etched deep, no one could explain it. I'd never been to that house before, no connection, but the blade used to carve it. It matched a set I inherited years ago, and one was missing. Still is. The smell hit me first. Even through the respirator, it crawled into my lungs like something alive. Sweet decay mixed with old wood and dust mites. My partner handed me the crowbar without a word. We'd done this dance before. Find the source, contain it, clean it up. Simple. But this house felt different from the moment we stepped inside. The floorboards groaned under our boots. Every surface was covered in a film of neglect. Newspapers stacked to the ceiling. Furniture draped in sheets that hadn't been white in decades. The landlord had called us after neighbors complained about the smell. Said the tenant hadn't paid rent in months. Standard job, except for the way my hands wouldn't stop shaking. We followed the stench upstairs. Each step made the odor stronger, more concentrated. My partner pointed to a section of wall in the hallway that looked newer than the rest. Fresh drywall, unpainted. Someone had sealed something behind it. We both knew what that meant. The crowbar bit into the plaster easily, too easily, like whoever had done this work wanted it to be found eventually. As the wall crumbled away, the smell burst out in a wave that made my eyes water. Behind the drywall was a small space, maybe 3 feet deep, and there, curled in the fetal position, was what remained of a human being. I'd seen bodies before, suicides, overdoses, natural deaths discovered weeks later. You learn to compartmentalize to focus on the job, but when I leaned in with the flashlight to assess the scene, my blood turned to ice water. Carved into the decomposing flesh of the abdomen, clear as a signature on a contract, was my name, first, middle, and last. The letters were deep, deliberate, carved with precision. My partner called the police while I stood there staring. The beam of my flashlight trembled across those letters over and over. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was similar to my name. Maybe the decay was playing tricks on my eyes. But no matter how many times I looked, there it was, my name, branded into a corpse I'd never seen before. The detective who arrived was tired, approaching retirement. He took photos, made notes, asked the same questions 3 different ways. Had I ever been to this address? No. Did I know the victim? We couldn't even identify the victim yet. Had I ever met the landlord? Never. Any connection to this neighborhood? None whatsoever. But then he asked about the carving. What could have made those marks? I studied the wounds more closely, professional detachment warring with personal terror. The cuts were clean, precise, made with a thin, sharp blade, something with a fine point and a steady hand. The pattern of the cuts reminded me of something, but I couldn't place it. That night I went home to my apartment and opened the kitchen drawer where I kept my knife set. My grandmother had left it to me when she died. 7 knives in a wooden block, each one perfectly balanced and sharp as a scalpel. She'd been a chef before she retired, took pride in her tools. I counted them twice. 6 knives, there should have been 7. The empty slot was where the boning knife belonged. Thin, flexible blade with a needle-sharp point, perfect for detailed work, perfect for carving letters into flesh. I tried to remember when I'd last used it, when I'd last counted all the knives. Could have been months, could have been years. I called the detective and told him about the missing knife. He asked me to bring in the set for comparison. The next morning, I sat in the police station while a forensics expert examined my grandmother's knives under a magnifying glass. The blade pattern, the width, the angle of the cuts, everything matched what they'd found on the body. "When did you notice it was missing?" the detective asked. I couldn't answer. I had no idea. The knife could have been gone for weeks, months, even years. I lived alone, rarely cooked elaborate meals. I might have used it once or twice since inheriting the set, or I might never have used it at all. They asked for my alibi. Problem was, I didn't have one that mattered. The coroner estimated the body had been there for at least 3 months, possibly longer. During that time frame, I worked alone half the time, cleaning up scenes when my partner was sick or had other jobs. I went home to an empty apartment every night, no witnesses to my whereabouts on any given day. The investigation expanded. They checked my phone records, my credit card statements, my work schedule, looking for any connection between me and the victim once they finally identified him. A drifter, no fixed address, history of mental illness and petty crime. No family to speak of, no friends who stayed in touch. The kind of person who could disappear without anyone noticing for months. I kept working while the investigation continued. Crime scenes, cluttered houses, all the usual jobs, but everything felt different now. I found myself studying every face, wondering if I'd seen them before. Every name in police reports made me pause. Had I heard it somewhere? Was there a connection I was missing? The detective called me back in after 2 weeks. They'd found something else in the house. Hidden in a coffee can in the basement, wrapped in plastic. Photographs, dozens of them, all of me, taken from a distance with a telephoto lens. Me leaving my apartment, me at work sites, me grocery shopping. Some were weeks old, others looked recent. Someone had been watching me, documenting my movements, learning my routines. "You never noticed anyone following you?" the detective asked. I hadn't, but looking at the photos now, I started to remember small things. A car that seemed to be behind me too often. A figure in my peripheral vision at the grocery store. Footsteps that matched my pace on empty streets. Things I'd dismissed as paranoia or coincidence. The case stalled there. No fingerprints on the photos except mine and the victim's. No DNA evidence that pointed to anyone else. No witnesses who could place me at the house or place the victim anywhere near my apartment. The detective retired before reaching any conclusions. His replacement was younger, busier, less interested in pursuing a case with no clear suspect and no clear motive. But I kept digging. I went through my grandmother's things again, looking for any connection to the victim. I found her old address book, yellowed pages filled with names I didn't recognize. I called the numbers that still worked, asked about her, about the knife set, about anything that might explain how her boning knife ended up carving my name into a stranger's flesh. One conversation stood out. A woman who'd worked with my grandmother decades ago remembered her mentioning a troubled young man who used to hang around the restaurant. He'd been obsessed with one of the waitresses, left letters and gifts, eventually had to be banned from the premises. The woman couldn't remember his name, but she remembered my grandmother felt sorry for him. Said she'd given him some old kitchen equipment when he was down on his luck. I pressed for more details, but her memory was fuzzy. This had happened 30 years ago, maybe more. The young man could be anyone by now, could be dead, could be the victim in that house, or could be someone else entirely, someone who'd inherited an obsession along with a knife. The investigation officially went cold after 6 months. No charges were filed, no arrests made. The case file gathered dust while I went back to my regular life, but nothing felt regular anymore. Every job site made me nervous. Every time I found a body, I checked for carvings, for signs that someone was still out there, still watching, still planning. I moved apartments twice, changed my phone number, started varying my routes to work, my shopping patterns, my daily routines. But the fear followed me everywhere, because somewhere out there was someone who knew my name well enough to carve it into flesh. Someone who'd been watching me long enough to document my life in photographs. Someone who might still have unfinished business. The missing knife never turned up. Neither did any answers about who the victim really was or why my name was branded into his body. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever know. Other times I wonder if I really want to know, because the only explanation that makes sense is also the one that keeps me awake at night. Someone out there knows me better than I know myself. Someone has been part of my life longer than I realized. And someday they might decide that carving my name into someone else's flesh wasn't enough. Someday they might come for the original. Story 10: The Enigmatic House. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the still air that surrounded her. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and draped furniture telling tales of neglect. Yet amidst the eerie stillness, there was a peculiar anomaly that captured her attention: the doors. Each one she opened led her back to the same room, as if trapped in a cyclical dance of exploration. No matter the path she took, she always found herself back in the parlor, the heart of the enigmatic Victorian. But when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished into thin air, leaving her with a sense of unease that crept up her spine. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body within the walls of the house transformed it from a forgotten relic to a scene of mystery and intrigue. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing the solemn dance of forensic technicians as they moved through the dimly lit interior like specters. The house had gained a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of being watched lingered in the shadows. Now it held secrets darker than the whispered tales that had surrounded it for years. The medical examiner's soft voice broke the silence, revealing the grim truth of Morgan's demise. Asphyxiation had claimed her life, her peaceful expression and folded hands painting a serene picture amidst the tragedy. No signs of struggle, no hints of violence, just a haunting stillness that gripped even the most seasoned investigators with a sense of foreboding. The details of the discovery unfolded as Lind delved deeper into the case, unraveling a web of intrigue that surrounded Morgan Pierce and her fascination with the House of Mysteries. Morgan, a young graduate student with a thirst for uncovering architectural anomalies, had been drawn to the Victorians' enigmatic allure. Her journal entries spoke of strange occurrences of doors leading to shifting rooms, of chilling cold spots that defied logic. Her research had led her to delve into the depths of the house's secrets, to seek out truths that lay hidden within its walls. As Lind pieced together the fragments of Morgan's final days, a peculiar detail emerged from the shadows: the presence of a rare alkaloid in her system, a substance linked to shamanic rituals and altered states of consciousness. Questions loomed in the air, casting a shadow of doubt over the investigation. Was Morgan a victim of her own curiosity, or was there a darker force at play within the confines of the Victorians' walls? Digital whispers from Morgan's phone unveiled cryptic conversations with a mysterious figure who shared her obsession with the house. Their exchanges hinted at a deeper understanding of the dwelling's secrets, of a connection that transcended the boundaries of ordinary perception. The threads of the investigation led Lind to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history with a deep-seated knowledge of spatial anomalies. Reeves, devastated by Morgan's untimely passing, spoke of the house's intricate design, of its ability to warp reality and confound the senses. Yet his alibi stood firm, placing him miles away from the scene of the crime at the time of Morgan's death. It was only through a hidden family secret, unearthed by a distant relative of the house's previous owner, that the true nature of the Victorians' influence came to light. Generations of deaths, all within the parlor's confines, all marked by an eerie sense of peace. The Blackwood family's legacy of loss and mystery echoed through the pages of journals, revealing a pattern of influence that transcended time. And within the hidden chamber behind the parlor fireplace, a trove of artifacts awaited discovery, a testament to a power older than the house itself. Yet the shadows of the past held more secrets than even Lind could fathom. Dust patterns whispered of another presence within the house on that fateful night, of fingerprints that defied logical explanation. And as the investigation unfolded, tragedy struck once more with the sudden passing of Adam Reeves, mirroring Morgan's demise in a chilling echo of fate. In his final words, preserved in a digital testament, Reeves spoke of the house's true nature, of a perception warped by unseen forces that bound the unwary to its halls. The truth remained elusive, a tantalizing mystery that beckoned from the shadows of the condemned Victorian. Lights flickered in the darkness, rumors swirled like ghostly whispers through the night. The house stood as a sentinel of enigma, a beacon of the ancient and the unknown. Some whispered of a curse that claimed those who delved too deep, while others spoke of a power that transcended mortal understanding. The truth, like the shifting doors of the Victorian, remained just out of reach, a tantalizing mystery that lingered in the air, a lullaby of secrets that whispered through the night. Story 11. Renovations always have a way of unraveling the past, revealing hidden secrets buried beneath the surface. Old relics, forgotten treasures, whispers of a time long gone. Sarah and Michael, a couple enamored with the charm of a Victorian-era home they acquired at an estate auction, embarked on a renovation journey that would forever alter their perception of the house's history. As they lifted the floorboards, anticipating the usual discoveries, a folded letter emerged, nestled beneath the aged wood. The paper, fragile and worn, bore a cryptic message, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could digest the unsettling words, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent corridors, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the obscure, arrived on the scene with her partner. The exposed cavity beneath the floorboards held a mystery that begged to be unraveled. With meticulous care, Reed retrieved the ominous note, knowing that the couple's inadvertent contact had tainted it with their presence. The couple's recounting of the knocking sound stirred genuine fear in their eyes, prompting Reed to delve deeper into the house's enigmatic past. Sarah and Michael appeared as ordinary newlyweds with no red flags in their background, yet the house harbored a darker legacy. Once belonging to the reclusive Hargrove family, the property stood vacant following the passing of its last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, a widow shrouded in mystery. Despite the absence of overt suspicions surrounding Margaret's demise, a sense of unease lingered in the air. The forensic analysis dated the cryptic note back 2 decades, hinting at a time of distress and apprehension. Reed's investigation unearthed a tale of debt and deceit intertwined with the shadows of the past. Franklin Hargrove, Margaret's late husband, a respected figure in the community, had a haunting secret buried within the walls of their home. His descent into paranoia, fueled by gambling debts and the looming presence of a relentless collector named Victor Mercer, painted a sinister picture of hidden truths. The revelation of Margaret's fear of the collector, the ominous 3 knocks signaling his presence, and the dark events that unfolded in the house's depths unveiled a tale of betrayal and desperation. Franklin's violent confrontation with Mercer, resulting in a concealed tragedy, left a trail of unanswered questions that haunted the house for years. With the discovery of Mercer's remains hidden beneath the foundation, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Margaret's complicity in the cover-up, driven by fear and loyalty to her husband, added another layer of complexity to the intricate web of deceit woven within the house's walls. As the investigation concluded, justice was belatedly served, but the echoes of the past lingered in the vacant halls of the house. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim history, relinquished their ownership, leaving behind a legacy of unresolved mysteries and lingering whispers of the past. The chilling reminder of the cryptic note, now preserved in evidence storage, serves as a cautionary tale against misplaced trust and the haunting consequences of buried secrets. The house, a silent witness to a bygone era of darkness and deception, stands as a testament to the shadows that lurk beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to seek the truth. Story 12. Once upon a time, there was a mysterious phone call that sent chills down the spine. It wasn't just any call, but a haunting message from beyond the grave. The operator initially dismissed it as a mere pocket dial, filled with static and muffled noises. But then a voice broke through the chaos, a woman's voice trembling with urgency. "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended, leaving a lingering sense of unease in the air. The phone number traced back to an abandoned house, a place frozen in time, untouched by human presence for years. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn into the enigma, her curiosity piqued by the enigmatic message. The house, once belonging to the Sullivan family, stood as a silent witness to a tragic past. A fire had ravaged part of the home, prompting the family to leave, never to return, or so it seemed. As Morgan delved deeper into the mystery, she uncovered unsettling truths. The phone from which the call originated sat innocently on the kitchen counter, its screen casting an ethereal glow in the dim light. It had dialed out mere minutes ago, yet the house bore no signs of forced entry or disturbance. It was as though the call had emerged from the shadows, a ghostly echo from another realm. The investigation took a surreal turn when the phone's owner was revealed to be Catherine Sullivan, a young woman who had tragically perished in a car accident years before. How could a deceased woman's phone be making calls from a deserted house? The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together, shrouding the case in a veil of enigma. Despite exhaustive forensic examinations, the evidence remained elusive. The phone held no fingerprints except for faint smudges that defied identification. No footprints led to or from the house, no signs of a living presence. It was a riddle wrapped in a mystery, an enigma that defied rational explanation. The heart of the investigation lay in those 11 seconds of the chilling call, a voice that whispered of fear and desperation, a voice that belonged to Catherine Sullivan with eerie certainty. The timestamp of the call aligned perfectly with the moment of her tragic demise, a synchronicity that sent shivers down Morgan's spine. As Morgan and her partner, Detective Walsh, delved deeper into Catherine's past, they unearthed a dark secret hidden within the pages of her journal. The journal spoke of a relationship marred by possessiveness and control, of a love turned toxic and suffocating. And in the final entry, a harrowing revelation: he found out I'm leaving. If something happens to me, it wasn't an accident. The truth began to unfurl like a sinister tapestry, revealing a web of lies and deceit. Mark Jennings, Catherine's former boyfriend, emerged as a prime suspect, his alibi crumbling under the weight of evidence. The journal's words echoed with chilling clarity, accusing him of unspeakable crimes. A breakthrough came when Catherine's mother discovered a buried secret, a phone that had been silenced, its messages of terror erased but not forgotten. Deleted texts revealed a sinister truth. Mark had stalked Catherine, driven her off the road to her untimely end. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, painting a portrait of a man consumed by obsession and malice. Mark's arrest marked the beginning of the end, a reckoning long overdue. His twisted games of manipulation and deceit had been exposed, his reign of terror brought to a close. The courtroom echoed with the weight of justice as the verdict was pronounced guilty of first-degree murder. And as the echoes of the trial faded into the silence of the night, a sense of closure descended upon the haunted house. The phone that had once whispered secrets now lay dormant in the evidence locker, a relic of a dark chapter finally closed. But in the quiet moments when the night held its breath, some swore they heard a phantom ring a ghostly echo of a voice that refused to be silenced. Catherine's story lived on, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that even in death, the truth will find a way to speak. Story 13. The old house, shrouded in whispers of the past, sat silent and empty for countless years. A veil of mystery surrounded it, a tale woven by the neighbors who spoke in hushed tones of the young woman who vanished without a trace. When new tenants finally crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight: a locked bedroom, untouched by time, holding secrets within its walls. With determination, they forced the stubborn door ajar, revealing a room frozen in time. The air hung heavy with neglect, dust dancing in a delicate waltz of forgotten memories. Yet amidst the stillness, something stirred unease in the hearts of the intruders. The bed lay neatly made, the mirror gleamed unblemished, and a lone candle stood vigil, its wax reduced to tears frozen in time. Upon the desk rested a notebook, its pages whispering of a life interrupted. Detective Morgan, a seeker of truths, pored over the words penned by a young woman named Elise Winters. Her elegant script told a story of fear and uncertainty, of a lurking shadow that haunted her every move. The final entry, etched with desperation, spoke of a watcher in the night, of a plea for help that fell on deaf ears. As the investigation unfolded, the room revealed little of the tragedy that befell its occupant. No signs of struggle marred the pristine facade, no blood stained the floors. It seemed as though Elise had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind a ghostly echo of her existence. But hidden beneath the surface, buried in the shadows of deception, lay the truth that Elise had risked everything to expose. A tangled web of deceit and corruption unfurled before Detective Morgan's eyes, linking Elise's disappearance to a nefarious scheme orchestrated by powerful figures. The discovery of hidden documents, clandestine recordings, and a trail of financial breadcrumbs led the investigation down a dark path. The threads of truth intertwined with lies, painting a portrait of betrayal and greed that shattered illusions of innocence. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a sinister figure emerged from the shadows of the past: Vincent Harriman, a man of influence and malice. His connection to Elise's fate became clear, his hands tainted with the blood of those who dared to stand in his way. Through hidden passages and secret chambers, the truth unraveled like a sinister lullaby, weaving a tale of justice delayed but not denied. The walls of the old house whispered of Elise's courage, of her unwavering pursuit of truth in the face of darkness. In a courtroom heavy with the weight of secrets laid bare, justice cast its long shadow over the guilty. Harriman's lies crumbled like dust, his facade of innocence shattered by the unwavering gaze of justice. And as the echoes of Elise's voice faded into the night, a sense of closure settled over the empty house. The truth, though bitter, had set its roots deep within the walls, a testament to a young woman's unwavering courage in the face of corruption. The house, once a sanctuary for secrets best left forgotten, now stood as a monument to Elise's memory, a beacon of light in a world darkened by shadows of deceit. And though the new tenants never crossed its threshold, the whispers of the past lingered on, a reminder of the price of seeking truth in a world veiled in lies. Story 14. The gentle current whispered under the hazy morning sun, painting the water in shimmering tranquility. The fisherman, his senses attuned to the rhythms of the river, almost missed the anomaly, a lone suitcase floating near the tranquil shore. At first glance, it seemed like a discarded heap of old garments left to drift with the tides. But as he drew closer, a pungent odor crept into his awareness, thick and suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase, bound in chains weathered by time, harbored a sinister secret within its rusted confines. When authorities pried it open, they were met not with fabrics, but with a haunting sight locks of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre grip, and at the heart of it all, a chilling note that whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, a beacon of composure in the face of darkness, surveyed the grim tableau unfolding before her. The victim, a woman in her prime, her features now masked by the touch of the river, lay still as the medical examiner meticulously catalogued every detail. It wasn't just the methodical disposal that caught Mercer's attention, but the eerie meticulousness with which the victim had been prepared: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, draped in opulent attire. As the puzzle of the victim's identity unraveled, Catherine Walsh emerged from the shadows of anonymity, a real estate maven known for her prowess in the realm of high-end properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in the solitude of an upscale enclave, her life shrouded in ambition, precision, and secrecy. A missing persons report had been filed by her concerned assistant, a testament to the gravity of her absence from a pivotal showing that could have crowned her with the largest commission of her career. Within the pristine walls of Walsh's modern abode, a singular discordance beckoned an open drawer in her sanctum of productivity. Nestled within its confines lay a leather-bound journal, its final entry etched with foreboding words, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." The digital footprints left by Walsh unveiled a cryptic trail of messages from shadowy senders, all bearing the unnerving refrain, "I see your perfection," a chorus of intrusion echoing in the silence of her cyberspace refuge. As Mercer pieced together the fragments of Walsh's life, a chilling realization took shape: a meticulous predator lurking in the shadows, orchestrating a sinister ballet of control and obsession. The body, the emails, the unsettling entries in the journal, all threads woven into a tapestry of ritualistic intent. A break in the case emerged from an unexpected source: a pawnshop proprietor, a custodian of forgotten treasures, recognizing Walsh's emerald adornment amongst his wares. The thread led to Michael Linden, an unassuming custodian with a penchant for the unobserved. Surveillance footage painted a damning portrait of Linden's clandestine comings and goings in Walsh's domain, a web of intrusions spun with meticulous precision. In the recesses of Linden's humble abode, a chilling revelation awaited the walls, whispering tales of obsession, photographs of unsuspecting women adorning their surfaces, each bearing a striking resemblance to Walsh. Behind a concealed panel, a shrine unfurled a macabre collection of personal artifacts, a testament to the intimate violation of privacy. As Lyndon faced interrogation, his veneer of tranquility shattered to reveal a chilling truth. He sought to correct what he deemed as imperfections in his victims, a twisted quest for perfection through destruction. The search for closure led investigators to remote reaches where two more suitcases surfaced, each bearing the mark of Lyndon's meticulous handiwork. In the solemnity of the courtroom, Lyndon's facade crumbled under the weight of justice, his silent confession a testament to the darkness festering within his soul. A life sentence was decreed, sealing his fate within the confines of his own obsessions. For Mercer, the case was a chapter closed, but the shadows of unanswered questions lingered, a reminder that sometimes the most chilling enigmas lie not in the depths of the river, but within the recesses of the human heart. As the river murmured its age-old lullaby, carrying away the remnants of a chilling saga, Mercer's desk bore witness to the haunting legacy of those notebooks, a silent reminder that behind the fade of normalcy, a lurking darkness can unfurl. In the realm of the mundane, in the echoes of everyday lives, the line between predator and prey blurs, a whispered caution that not all that glitters is gold, for sometimes it conceals a darkness that hungers for perfection. Story 15: The Tale of the Whispering House. She had decided to give the nursery a fresh coat of paint before the baby's arrival, wanting to create a cozy space for their little one. The walls were a faded blue, a color that whispered of stories long forgotten. As the white paint glided smoothly over the surface, a hidden secret emerged from beneath the faint outline of letters, almost imperceptible at first, then growing sharper and clearer. A message concealed beneath the layers of paint. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat as she took a step back, her eyes scanning the room. And that's when she noticed them, tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for a child to have reached. The revelation in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had bought the Victorian-style home at a surprisingly low price, unaware of the dark history that lurked within its walls. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, her notebook at the ready. A pregnant woman greeted her, her tired eyes betraying her lack of sleep. Trembling, she recounted the chilling discovery of the hidden message and handprints. The woman explained how the previous owners had abruptly left, fleeing in the dead of night with only essential belongings in tow. Detective Klein's footsteps echoed through the old house as she traversed the creaking floorboards, eventually reaching the nursery where the eerie message still lingered beneath the incomplete paint job. Next to it, 5 small handprints marked the wall, a ghostly reminder of a presence unseen. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's history. The house had changed hands numerous times in 3 decades, each family staying for a brief period before moving on. Child welfare reports revealed unsettling accounts from past residents, whispers in the walls, unseen eyes watching them as they slept. The detective uncovered the house's connection to Alina Blackwood, a widow who had run an orphanage on the premises long ago. Newspaper clippings hinted at the disappearance of 5 children from Alina's care, their fate shrouded in mystery. Further investigation unearthed a sealed room behind the nursery wall, containing children's belongings but no bodies. The case had been forgotten, buried in the archives until now. Interviews with former residents painted a disturbing picture of unexplained phenomena plaguing families with children. Toys moved on their own, laughter echoed in empty halls, and cryptic messages appeared on the walls. The handwriting matched that of Alina Blackwood, a chilling link to the past. Even more unsettling were the identical handprints that transcended time, a macabre echo of the children who had once lived there. With the current owner's permission, the detective authorized a search beneath the basement floor, revealing 5 small shapes, child-sized anomalies hidden beneath the concrete. Breaking through, they uncovered a grim truth: 5 sets of remains arranged in a circle, confirming the children's tragic end during Aliner's tenure. Luminol illuminated the nursery walls, revealing a plethora of handprints, unseen to the naked eye, reaching out from the past. Aliner's journals detailed her twisted beliefs, her sinister intentions to harness the children's energy for her own gain. The victims were finally given a proper burial, their names etched in history as victims of a heinous crime. The house fell silent, abandoned by the couple who refused to set foot inside again. Detective Klein closed the case, but a lingering unease remained. The nursery walls were torn down, yet whispers of children's voices echoed in the debris, unsettling those who dared to listen. The house met its demise, condemned to be a mere memory in the annals of cold cases, a testament to the unexplainable forces that linger in the shadows. As the detective preserved a haunting photograph of the glowing handprints in the darkness, she knew that some mysteries defy closure, leaving behind a chilling legacy that no amount of fresh paint could erase. Story 16, the worn envelope exuded a sense of history, its corners tinged with age, yet the stamp gleamed with recentness as if sent just moments prior. With a delicate touch, the detective unfurled its contents. Nestled inside was a lone sheet of paper bearing a message typed in a rush, the characters uneven and hurried. "I am sorry for what I did," the words whispered. A faint dampness clung to the paper, carrying with it a metallic scent that lingered in the air. It was only upon closer inspection that the reddish streak along the bottom edge caught their eye, a sinister mark marring the message. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands careful not to disturb any potential clues. The forensics team had already confirmed her suspicions. The crimson stain was human blood, a chilling link to an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic mosaic of stab wounds painting a gruesome picture. Her laptop was missing, her notes strewn about, a silent testament to the violence that had shattered her world. The investigation had hit dead ends and brick walls until this fateful letter arrived at the precinct, a cryptic missive addressed simply to Homicide Division. Scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted at a cautious sender, one who had left behind only ghostly smudges. But the postmark held promise, a slender thread leading into the labyrinth of the unknown. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan pinned the letter's image at the heart of the cluttered board. "This changes everything," she murmured to the shadowed faces. "Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this relentless pursuit of truth, arched a skeptical brow at the letter. "Or perhaps they wish us to believe so," he countered, his voice a whisper in the hushed chamber. The forensics team unearthed the typewriter's unique imprint, a relic from a bygone era, its design obsolete in the modern age, rare but not unattainable. They cast their net wide, reaching out to antique aficionados and collectors across the land. As the puzzle pieces began to slot together, the detectives delved into Rebecca's life, peeling back layers of her existence. Her editor painted a portrait of a fierce soul, unyielding in her quest to uncover hidden truths. Her latest assignment, a tapestry of deceit woven around a prominent family embroiled in power struggles, whispered of danger lurking in the shadows. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled cracks in his facade, subtle shifts in his demeanor that spoke volumes. She feared she was being followed, he confessed, eyes haunted by the specter of what might have been. "I dismissed her concerns as paranoia, a fatal mistake." While the team pursued this tantalizing lead, a second letter materialized, bearing the same eerie hallmarks: the vintage typewriter, the macabre bloodstain. This time the confession was longer, the guilt more palpable. She delved too deep into the family's secrets, the inheritance, the patriarch's demise. It spiraled out of control. The tendrils of the investigation coiled around the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, stood guard over a trove of antiquities, including a menagerie of vintage typewriters. His alibis crumbled under scrutiny, his veneer of innocence tarnished by suspicion. The breakthrough came with the discovery of microscopic fibers on the envelopes, fibers that whispered of secrets hidden in plain sight. The youngest daughter, Alina, held the key, her custom stationery linking back to the damning letters. A search of Richard's domain unearthed a chamber of horrors, a shrine to Rebecca, a testament to obsession. The blood spoke its silent truth, sealing Richard's fate. But the web of deceit stretched further than anticipated, entangling Michael in its suffocating embrace. Financial transactions traced a damning path, a trail of betrayal leading straight to Richard's door. Michael's confession shattered the fragile facade, laying bare the dark pact that had sealed Rebecca's fate. And then a revelation unfolded, a recording, a damning testament to treachery. Richard's voice, cold and unrepentant, echoed through the chamber of justice. She must be silenced permanently. The trial laid bare the sins of the guilty, their protestations falling on deaf ears. Richard's conviction was swift, a verdict etched in stone by the weight of evidence. As he was led away, a specter of justice finally exhaled. Detective Morgan, a silent sentinel in the courtroom's shadows, approached Rebecca's grieving parents, her gaze a balm on their wounded souls. No words could heal the void left by their daughter's absence, but the closure offered by Richard's downfall was a fragile solace. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a bygone nightmare, whispered a cautionary tale, a reminder that even the darkest secrets cast shadows, and that the echoes of remorse, whether true or feigned, can unravel the tapestry of deceit woven by those who dance in the shadows of justice. The tale of Rebecca Warren echoed through the halls of the precinct, a haunting melody that underscored the fragility of truth and the unyielding march of justice's relentless gaze. Story 17, within the old library, whispers of its impending demolition lingered in the air like a soft melody on the verge of fading away. The workers, their hands rough from years of labor, toiled tirelessly to dismantle the structure piece by piece. It was in the final moments, when the dust of history began to settle, that fate intervened. A lone worker, sweat glistening on his brow, stumbled upon a hidden latch nestled discreetly within the embrace of an ancient bookshelf. With a gentle touch, the latch yielded to his curiosity, releasing a soft click that echoed through the room like a secret finally whispered into the world. The bookshelf, with a grace born of forgotten craftsmanship, swung open, revealing a passage shrouded in shadows, a passage leading to a hidden room. The room itself seemed frozen in time, untouched by the hands of progress for decades. There was a heaviness in the air, a weight of secrets long kept and stories left untold. No furniture adorned the room, save for a solitary chair standing sentinel in the center, its legs bolted firmly to the floor as if rooted in a past that refused to be forgotten. Etched upon the walls in a frenzy of repetition, a haunting message lingered, "I am still here." Those words, scratched into the very fabric of the room, bore witness to a presence that defied the passage of time, a presence that demanded to be acknowledged. The call for assistance echoed through the halls of the old library, reaching the ears of the construction foreman who, sensing the gravity of the situation, alerted the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition now unfolded into a tale veiled in shadows and steeped in mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with a gaze that betrayed years of witnessing the darker facets of humanity, arrived at the scene. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness like a beacon of truth, illuminating the cryptic message that adorned the walls like a silent plea for justice. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice a solemn echo in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." And so, the dance of shadows and secrets continued, weaving a tapestry of intrigue that beckoned the truth to emerge from the depths of obscurity. The history of the building whispered tales of the Harrington family, a name synonymous with prominence and privilege. The library, once a bastion of knowledge and community, had been gifted to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of Rebecca Harrington, a young soul lost to the winds of uncertainty. Rebecca's vanishing had cast a shadow over the family, leaving behind unanswered questions and a void that refused to be filled. Despite exhaustive efforts to unravel the mystery, the truth remained elusive, obscured by layers of speculation and grief. As forensic technicians meticulously combed through the hidden room, a silent narrative began to take shape. Hair and fibers embedded in the weathered chair hinted at a struggle long forgotten, while the scratches on the walls whispered of a presence that lingered in the shadows. The chair was a prison of sorts, the forensic analyst remarked, tracing the lines of leather straps that still clung to the arms. Whoever was held here fought against their captivity with a fierce determination. Walsh, his mind a labyrinth of possibilities, delved deeper into the enigma that surrounded the Harrington family. The timing of the library's donation, a mere whisper in the cacophony of history, tugged at the corners of his consciousness like a thread waiting to be unraveled. Further investigation unearthed a chilling revelation. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room bore the mark of a contractor who had served the Harringtons with unwavering loyalty. Financial records whispered of transactions shrouded in secrecy, hinting at a truth that had long evaded the light of day. Former staff members, their memories veiled in the mists of time, spoke of Maxwell Harrington's peculiar attachment to the untouched section of the library. His presence, a specter haunting the shelves of forgotten knowledge, now bore the weight of suspicion. And then the truth emerged from the shadows, like a ghost seeking redemption. The DNA found in the hidden room whispered a tale of betrayal and darkness, linking Rebecca's fate to the very walls that had borne witness to her captivity. Maxwell Harrington, the patriarch of the family, stood at the center of the storm, his faucet crumbling in the face of irrefutable evidence. His words, uttered with a cold finality, painted a portrait of greed and desperation that had festered in the heart of privilege. "She knew too much," Maxwell confessed, his voice a hollow echo of remorse. "I couldn't let her destroy everything we had built." And with those words, the final veil of deception fell away, revealing a truth that had been buried beneath layers of deceit. The excavation of the hidden room bore witness to a tragedy long concealed, a tragedy that had snuffed out a life brimming with promise and potential. Rebecca's skeletal remains, clad in the silver bracelet that had once adorned her wrist, spoke of a life cut short and a voice silenced by the hands of betrayal. As justice unfolded its wings, enveloping the guilty in its embrace, the Harrington family stood witness to a reckoning long overdue. Rebecca's mother, her eyes a reflection of loss and longing, clutched the bracelet that had once adorned her daughter's wrist, a token of remembrance in a sea of forgotten dreams. The old library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life lost and a truth uncovered. Flowers adorned its entrance, a silent tribute to a soul that had endured the darkness with a courage that defied the hands of time. And in the quiet of night, as shadows danced upon the walls of memory, Rebecca's whispered message, "I am still here," resonated through the halls, a reminder that even in the depths of silence, the echoes of truth would find their way to the light, guiding lost souls home. Story 18. The apartment lay dormant for months, its silence undisturbed by human presence. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they anticipated only dust and perhaps forgotten relics. Yet one door resisted their efforts to coax it open. A closet locked tight from within, harboring a mystery veiled in shadows. As the landlord forced the stubborn entry, the anticipation of mundane discoveries hung heavy in the air. Coats, maybe some clutter of the past, but what greeted them was a scene that sent shivers cascading down their spines. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, jagged scratches as if pleading for release. And nestled in the corner, an ancient flip phone, its screen aglow with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, felt a chill settle in her bones as she surveyed the eerie tableau before her. It wasn't the typical gore or violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams echoing from those desperate marks on the wood. "Call in forensics," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the haunting scratches, and tracked down the records of the previous tenants. The message on the phone whispered hauntingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a figure of nervous energy, confessed that the former tenant had vanished unexpectedly, leaving rent unpaid. A young woman kept to herself, left in a hurry about 6 months ago, he murmured, eyes darting away from the closet's dark maw. Forensic analysis revealed a grim tale woven within the scratches on the walls. Blood samples, most belonging to a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, aged 28. However, 2 DNA profiles emerged from the shadows of the closet. One remained a mystery, unclaimed by any database. The other belonged to a man declared dead 2 years prior. "This doesn't make sense," Shaw muttered, her gaze locked on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, supposedly deceased in a tragic accident, now left his genetic imprint on the walls of Emma's prison. Emma's apartment whispered of a life abruptly halted. Unopened mail, a lone coffee mug forgotten in the sink, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records hinted at a sudden cessation of contact with her sister, punctuated by a flurry of calls from an unknown number in the days leading to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a secretive boyfriend, Reed reported, piecing together the fragments of Emma's life. No name, just intense and private. Surveillance footage painted a chilling picture, a shadowy figure trailing Emma into her building, obscured by a baseball cap shielding his face from prying eyes. The puzzle began to take shape as fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were uncovered on the closet's interior doorknob. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, but why and what binds him to Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led the investigators down a dark path to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, vanished 3 years prior. Her fate intertwined with Emma's in a web of shadows and secrets. Traffic cameras unveiled a sinister connection, a car linked to Derek Mercer's family prowling near Emma's residence, matching the description of the mysterious figure captured on film. Their pursuit led them to a secluded property, a macabre chamber of horrors where Lynette Porter languished in captivity, a living ghost of the darkness they sought to dispel. "He forced me to bear witness," she murmured, her eyes vacant with unspeakable horrors. "Said I needed to learn the price of defiance." Evidence unfurled like a sinister tapestry, journals chronicling Mercer's thirst for dominance, photographs of women resembling Emma and Lynette, and most damning of all, video evidence of Emma's final moments, captured by the man who reveled in their suffering. The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned boundaries, a shadow looming over the landscape as authorities closed in on their quarry. Captured at a bus terminal, Mercer exuded an eerie calm, his gaze fixed on a distant horizon. In his possession, tools of torment: a roll of duct tape, a gleaming blade, and a newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, his words dripped with poison. "She sent that message to herself," he intoned, a smile dancing on his lips. "She sought a savior but found only me." The trial peeled back the layers of Mercer's deception, revealing a tapestry woven with deceit and depravity. Emma's body remained a silent witness to her tragic fate, entombed in the closet that became her tomb. The jury's verdict echoed through the courtroom, a resounding condemnation of Mercer's malevolence. As the sentence of eternal imprisonment was pronounced, Mercer's smile lingered, a cryptic acknowledgement of his private truths. Lynette Porter stood tall in the aftermath, her voice a beacon of resilience. "He thrived in darkness, but I choose the light," she declared, a testament to the strength that endures beyond the shadows. The case reshaped investigative strategies, illuminating the shadows that lurked in the spaces between the familiar. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness, a reminder that survival sometimes leaves its mark in the quietest of places. Story 19. The quaint old apartment had its idiosyncrasies, pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked. But the new tenant sensed that what she heard transcended the ordinary. The footsteps, deliberate and unwavering, echoed from above, despite her residence on the highest floor. One fateful night, emboldened by curiosity, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. A pregnant hush enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman kept the knocking incident close to her chest, attributing it to the settling of the building or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic. As the phantom footsteps persisted night after night, she adapted, drowning them out with blaring television, donning headphones at bedtime, anything to muffle the rhythmic cadence traversing her ceiling in the shroud of darkness. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's enigmatic tale when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine upkeep. Upon unearthing a hidden passage behind a section of drywall outside Sarah's unit, the worker unearthed a narrow corridor that defied the building's blueprints. Illuminated by his flashlight, a makeshift living space greeted him: discarded food wrappers, empty water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a weathered notebook. The building superintendent promptly alerted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by Detective Rivera, encountered the quivering maintenance worker who incessantly murmured, "Someone's been living in the walls, someone's been watching." Within the notebook lay meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her routine, her visitors, her culinary preferences, her viewing habits, even the timing of her slumber. The handwriting, once methodical, spiraled into chaos towards the final entries, interspersed with cryptic symbols. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the last entry lamented. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams scoured the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that eluded any database match. They unveiled an intricate labyrinth of passages interwoven within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. While these passages branched into 5 different apartments, they culminated in discrete observation points, tiny apertures camouflaged as fixtures or minor defects only in Sarah Coleman's abode. Interviews with current occupants yielded no anomalies beyond the customary clamor of communal living. However, former tenants painted a different narrative. 3 predecessors of Sarah's apartment recounted sensations of being surveilled or inexplicable sounds. One had hastily vacated after a mere fortnight, yet none had vocalized their encounters, fearing censure for their purported paranoia. The case cracked when forensics unearthed minuscule blood spatter in one of the hidden spaces. DNA analysis linked it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. His family had reported him missing, but the trail had grown cold. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris gleaned accounts from neighbors recounting his grievances about noises emanating from the unit above an introverted individual named Edward. Shortly after confronting his upstairs neighbor, Martin vanished, and Edward absconded the ensuing month, leaving no forwarding address. A pattern emerged as investigators traced Edward's rental history, 6 abodes across 2 decades, each atop the highest floor, with minimal social interactions terminated abruptly. A neighbor from Edward's 3rd abode recalled his intensity and incessant complaints about requiring silence. Property records unveiled Edward's acquisition of remote rural land. Their investigators stumbled upon a cabin adorned with photographs and annotations. Portraits of residents from various complexes, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver, adorned the walls. Maps delineating ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities. Elaborate journals detailing specimen observations and habitat maintenance. At the cabin's core, a corkboard showcased newspaper clippings, 6 missing persons reports, all former occupants from Edward's past residences. Beneath the board, indelible grooves marred the floor, suggestive of repetitive dragging. Guided by cadaver dogs, investigators uncovered freshly disturbed earth behind the cabin, unveiling human remains. The forensic specialists commenced the arduous task of victim identification. Meanwhile, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Although the crawl spaces had been sealed, reports of sporadic noises persisted. During the installation of new security measures, maintenance workers stumbled upon a second notebook tucked in a crevice where the ceiling met the wall, a notebook more recent than its predecessor. The initial page bore a solitary line, "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The final page featured a crude depiction of Sarah's apartment layout, delineating a new passage marked in crimson with a date for that very night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to discover her residence deserted. Her phone languished on the kitchen counter, the television droning softly. Steam wafted from the bathroom, unveiling a message etched on the mist-clouded mirror. "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been displaced. The manhunt for Edward alias Edward Mercer, a former construction artisan with a penchant for renovations, persists. His adeptness in architectural intricacies facilitated the creation of clandestine observation points and passageways. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building unveiled no indications of current occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain unknown, her case intertwined with similar vanishings across state lines. Authorities have forewarned apartment managers regarding unauthorized alterations in concealed spaces. Yet the specter that haunts Detective Morris transcends the graves, the diaries, even the unwitting subjects' portraits. It's the image of Sarah ensconced in her solitude, attuned to the footsteps above, in an apartment bereft of an upstairs denizen. The footsteps that ceased upon her knock and then echoed back. At twilight, alone within his dwelling, Detective Morris often gazes upward at his ceiling, attuned to the nocturnal symphony, waiting, pondering who else may be listening in. Story 20, Underneath the Veil of Shadows. The old wooden plank yielded under her weight, betraying a hidden secret with a subtle shift. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board, sensing the concealed void beneath. The floor whispered of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. With a delicate touch, she pried up the boards, unveiling a dark, narrow cavity beneath the house. At first, only dust and cobwebs greeted her eyes, but as her vision adjusted to the dim light, shapes began to emerge from the shadows, the outline of a mattress, a solitary chair, and nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook adorned with pages bearing her name, written repetitively. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the unsettling scene unfolding beneath her newly acquired abode. Sarah's gaze into the abyss held more than mere surprise. It reflected a profound violation of security, a sense of intrusion from a malevolent force intruding on her newfound sanctuary. "Please refrain from touching anything further." Detective Reed's voice resonated with calm authority as she clicked on her flashlight, casting light into the concealed enclave. The beam exposed walls adorned with surveillance photographs, snapshots capturing Sarah's every move, her comings and goings meticulously documented. A shrine of obsession crafted right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away without kin. The property, vacant for months prior to Sarah's ownership, had been described as charming and in need of minor touch-ups in the real estate listings. No mention of the hidden chamber lurking beneath had surfaced during inspections or the sale. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "The neighbors claimed he was a recluse. I was told the basement access had been sealed off ages ago. That's what the inspection report stated." The arrival of the crime scene investigators punctuated the silence, their presence marked by the thud of equipment cases against the weathered floorboards. Methodically, they documented the scene, gathering evidence, and eventually extracting the mattress, chair, and notebook from the concealed recesses. Forensic scrutiny would later reveal an abundance of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden chamber. What sent shivers down the spines of the investigators was the timeline that unfolded before them. Through utility records and dated photographs, it became evident that Walter had been surveilling Sarah for at least 3 years leading up to his demise. "He was fixating to a troubling degree," remarked the department psychologist during a debriefing. "The progression from fantasy to tangible preparations is concerning. The hidden room suggests a more direct agenda." Detective Reed's investigation took a turn when she interviewed Walter's former co-worker from the local shopping center's maintenance department. The man's nervous demeanor betrayed a secret he harbored, fiddling with his wedding band throughout the conversation. Walter spoke of her occasionally, he confessed hesitantly. He mentioned she reminded him of someone else. I brushed it off as harmless rambling. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, his gaze fixated on his hands. "Did he ever discuss any plans involving her?" Reed probed further. "Not explicitly plans, but he'd say this thing, about how she belongs with me. I thought it was just idle chatter," the coworker responded. Securing a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, Reed and her team unearthed a key that didn't match any locks in his residence. Tracing the serial number led them to a storage unit registered under Walter's name. The metallic door screeched open to reveal a meticulously arranged replica of Sarah's former apartment, her bed, her desk, even her living room recreated with eerie precision. A mannequin sporting a wig mirroring Sarah's hairstyle sat poised at the replica desk. The most chilling discovery was a calendar marked with a date just a week following Walter's sudden demise from a heart attack. The circled date bore a single word etched in red: together. Further investigation unveiled Walter's troubled past, marked by an institutionalization in his youth due to an obsession with a female teacher. His medical records detailed treatment for erotomania, a fixation wherein the subject believes fervently in a reciprocated love despite evidence to the contrary. Decades of uneventful existence came undone when Sarah unwittingly triggered Walter's dormant obsession. Gathering at the police precinct, Reed laid out crime scene photos across the conference table. In his mind, he believed they shared a special bond. To him, their union was inevitable. Is there a chance she encountered him unknowingly, a spark that ignited his fixation? A fellow detective posed. Shaking her head, Reed replied, "No trace thus far. Sometimes these obsessions require little provocation. A fleeting smile, perhaps, a gaze that lingers a second too long. For someone with his history, that could suffice." Sarah made the poignant decision to sell the house, haunted by the thought of what could have transpired had fate not intervened. During a final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, enveloped in her own arms. "I can't shake the notion of what might have been if he hadn't passed away when he did," she confessed softly. "How long would I have dwelled here, oblivious to his watchful eyes, unaware of the sinister secrets concealed beneath my very feet?" The case concluded following Walter's demise, classified as stalking with intent to abduct, despite the absence of an actual abduction. The forensic evaluation painted a stark picture of Walter's designs to confine Sarah within either the hidden chamber or the storage unit. Sarah relocated to a distant locale, altering her routines and exercising caution with her personal information. Detective Reed sporadically checked on her, a silent acknowledgement of how perilously close Sarah had skirted becoming another grim statistic, another casualty. The cottage found new owners in a young couple oblivious to its dark past. The concealed room remained sealed, its secrets buried beneath fresh floorboards. Life persisted, but for those privy to the truth, the tale of the hidden chamber beneath the floorboards lingered as a haunting reminder of unseen threats, of monsters who eluded capture, and of the victims who narrowly evaded their fates. Story 21, in a quaint coffee shop that had become his sanctuary, a man with no name had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a wallet with empty spaces where his identity should have been. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma, studying security footage that revealed the man's eerie disappearance. Known only as John Doe, he had frequented the shop for years, always alone, always mysterious. His presence was ordinary, yet his vanishing act was anything but. Mercer, driven by curiosity, uncovered a trail of enigmas within the abandoned wallet blank spaces where details should have been: untraceable credit cards and a cryptic business card with a ghostly phone number. As Mercer dug deeper into the puzzle, she encountered the enigmatic notebook filled with coded messages and sketches of unfamiliar buildings. Cryptographers struggled to decipher its secrets, while the neighborhood yielded no clues to John Doe's true identity. The man existed only within the confines of that coffee shop, a ghostly figure intertwined with unsolved mysteries. A peculiar anomaly in the security footage caught Mercer's attention, the flickering timestamp each time John entered the shop. Intrigued, she revisited the coffee shop, drawn to an antique mirror with arcane symbols reminiscent of those in the mysterious notebook. When she touched the mirror, a strange warmth enveloped her, leading to the discovery of a hidden compartment filled with identical wallets and a journal detailing experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference. The journal hinted at a convergence of realities at the coffee shop, with the mirror serving as a gateway for crossing between worlds. As peculiar incidents escalated around the shop, a former physicist named Margaret Keller shed light on John Doe's true identity as Daniel Weston, a brilliant scientist lost in experiments involving quantum mirrors and parallel realities. Mercer unraveled Weston's connection to the coffee shop's location, built atop the laboratory where he had vanished decades ago. The climax of the case came when Mercer witnessed two versions of Weston in the security footage, an eerie duality that shattered the mirror and sealed the gateway between worlds. Weston's final note warned against further exploration, signaling the end of an extraordinary experiment that defied comprehension. The saga of the man who slipped between realities remained a haunting enigma, leaving the coffee shop abandoned and the truth buried within the fragments of a shattered mirror. Mercer, haunted by the mysteries she uncovered, found solace in writing, mirroring Weston's own obsession with the unknown. And as whispers of spectral reflections and vanishing notebooks lingered in the air, the legacy of Daniel Weston's unexplained disappearance wove itself into the fabric of the city's lore, a tale of the man who walked between worlds and vanished without a trace. Story 22. The tale of the new homeowners began with a peculiar occurrence, the crackling of the old intercom system in the dead of night. An antiquated relic of bygone days, the system had been rewired but left forgotten over time. It seemed harmless at first, just a quirk of the historic Victorian manor where Daniel and Meredith Parker had recently settled. One fateful night, curiosity got the better of the husband. With a hesitant finger, he pressed the intercom button, unknowingly setting in motion a series of events that would unravel the mysteries hidden within the manor's walls. A whisper, faint yet unmistakable, crackled through the ancient speaker, sending a shiver down his spine. "Why did you come back?" it murmured, a question that reverberated through the quiet corridors of the house. Startled, he turned to find his wife standing behind him, her voice barely a whisper as she denied ever speaking those words. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with unspoken questions, lingering like shadows in the dimly lit space. The house itself seemed to hold secrets in its time-worn walls, a blend of old-world charm and modern renovations that masked the darkness lurking beneath the surface. The intercom, once a charming feature, now served as a conduit for voices long silenced by time. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a possible break-in, but as she crossed the threshold, she sensed there was more to the situation than met the eye. Daniel Parker, with a pallor that betrayed his unease, led her through the maze of rooms, each steeped in history and whispers of the past. "It all began with the intercom," Daniel recounted, his voice tinged with a mix of fear and fascination. "Static, then whispers, then words. My wife thought I was losing my mind until she heard it too." Meredith, her grip tight on a steaming mug that remained untouched, spoke of a hidden discovery behind a wall, a small, leather-bound journal belonging to a woman named Eleanor, the previous owner of the house. The journal's delicate pages revealed a tale of betrayal and fear, penned in elegant yet frantic script. As Detective Reeves delved into the history of the house, she uncovered the tragic story of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the former owners whose lives had been entwined in a web of deceit and violence. Vincent, the manipulative husband, had orchestrated a clever ruse to conceal his dark deeds, burying the truth along with his wife's remains. The excavation of the garden shed unearthed long-buried secrets, confirming the suspicions that Alina's fate had been sealed within the confines of her own home. The skeletal remains, a silent witness to a crime long forgotten, spoke volumes of the horrors that had unfolded behind closed doors. Vincent Blackwood, now a frail shadow of his former self, confessed to his crimes with a chilling calmness that sent shivers down the detective's spine. His words revealed a twisted tale of control and silence, of a wife silenced but never truly forgotten. The trial that followed was swift, the judgment harsh for a man who had lived for decades with the weight of his sins pressing down upon him. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, chose to part ways with the property, leaving behind the echoes of a tragedy that had long haunted its halls. A memorial service held for Alina in the garden served as a final farewell, a moment of closure for a soul lost to the shadows of the past. The intercom, once a link to a bygone era, was dismantled by the new owners, its whispers fading into silence as the house embraced a new chapter. Detective Reeves, as she closed the chapter on the Blackwood case, couldn't shake the feeling that the house itself had played a role in revealing the truth. The whispers carried on the wind seemed to echo Alina's long-forgotten voice, a reminder that some secrets refused to stay buried. As she drove past the manor on her way home, the detective would sometimes slow down, the window cracked open just enough to catch a whisper carried on the breeze, a ghostly echo of a time long past, a testament to the house that answered back. Story 23, The Unseen Observer. She never enjoyed venturing to the attic, but when the storm breached the roof, she had no other option. The attic loomed with forgotten relics, cloaked in layers of dust and intricate cobwebs. Nestled in the deepest recess sat an ancient dollhouse, ominously detailed, its miniature furnishings meticulously arranged. Yet as she gazed into it, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not mere dolls, but tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure meticulously placed, mirroring the exact positions of her family members downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her stood beside the attic entrance. Rebecca Morgan trailed her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the groove where the small wooden figure stood. A shiver raced through her being, unrelated to the icy draft whispering through the attic beams. The dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a temporary dwelling the family had recently occupied. The saga commenced with Rebecca's urgent call to law enforcement. Officers reached the suburban home to find a distraught family gathered in the living room, adamantly refusing to ascend the stairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their fears as a hoax or a family's vivid imagination grappling with a new environment. "The intricacy arrested me," Detective Harmon later recounted. Each tiny figurine captured a unique trait of each family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the mother's petite birthmark. The case took a turn when forensic teams unearthed fingerprints on the dollhouse that matched none of the family members. More unsettling were microscopic cameras embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a complex surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Scrutiny of the Morgan family's movements unveiled a disconcerting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored the family's evening poses, but also replicated exact stances from various days, hinting at a prolonged observation. We comprehended that it wasn't a mere stalking case, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited an obsession seldom witnessed in criminal studies. A concealed basement entry emerged behind a false pantry wall. Inside, investigators unearthed a makeshift living area with signs of an intruder dwelling there well before the Morgans' arrival. Discarded food wrappings, water containers, and a sleeping bag indicated the unknown presence below the family for weeks. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators. Records unveiled the house's vacancy for almost a year before the Morgans' tenancy. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span. Their son managed the estate sale and the subsequent rental. Interrogations with neighbors yielded sparse details. Most had not observed anything amiss, though an elderly resident mentioned sporadic lights in the vacant house. I presumed it was the real estate agents showcasing the property, she informed investigators. Never crossed my mind someone might be residing there unlawfully. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Analysis of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras disclosed data transmission to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a modest apartment across town. Within, walls were adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and former house occupants. Journal entries meticulously depicted the daily routines of each family member. The most chilling find was a workshop housing numerous half-finished dollhouses, each representing various local residences. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. Financial records unveiled mounting debts post his parents' demise. Instead of selling the property outright, he fashioned the covert living space, lingering there while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist on the case. Each figure symbolized someone he surveilled. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, but a nod to her discovery of his monitoring system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he disclosed his motives. They dwelled in my residence, slumbered in my parents' bedroom. I had to ensure they treated it with reverence. When probed about the positioned figures, he simply stated, I needed them to acknowledge my constant surveillance. A psychological evaluation exposed a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells struggled to cope with relinquishing his childhood home and crafted an intricate system to retain dominance over it. The dollhouse became his conduit to possess both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later reflected that the most haunting moment wasn't the discovery of the dollhouse, but realizing its implications. Someone monitored us all along, measuring our lives, transforming us into pawns. The genuine terror wasn't the dollhouse itself, but comprehending that in his mind, we were mere playthings to be positioned and scrutinized. Wells faced multiple charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The case spurred a review of real estate disclosure laws concerning property deaths and the agent's duty to ensure homes are vacated properly before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge underscored the profound violation the Morgan family endured. You didn't just breach their home, you violated their security and independence. You watched their intimate moments and replicated them for your amusement. What haunts criminologists about the case is how long Wells could have persisted unnoticed had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Analysis of his journals hinted at his clandestine residence within homes for nearly 2 years, traversing from one property to another, crafting dollhouses of each observed family. The Morgan family eventually resettled far away, but Rebecca confessed in her impact statements that she frequently inspects closets and crawl spaces. She banished all dollhouses and miniatures from their new abode. "Some days I sense I'm under scrutiny," she confessed. "I ponder if somewhere someone is still manipulating a tiny version of me in an undiscovered dollhouse." Story 24. The parcel arrived unannounced, shrouded in mystery, a silent messenger in the early morning mist. No sender information, no digital trail to follow, just a plain cardboard box, cool to the touch, with no destination but her doorstep. Sarah Miller hesitated, the mismatched name taunting her curious mind. It should have been a mistake, a mix-up meant for another. Yet the unknown beckoned her closer, whispering secrets she couldn't resist. With delicate hands, she unraveled the tape, anticipating mundane contents hidden within, but fate had woven a different tale. Nestled inside was a relic of the past, a VHS tape, accompanied by a cryptic note, "Watch alone." The weight of the tape felt foreign in her grasp, an ominous presence veiled in black plastic. Tracing the edges, Sarah sensed a forbidden allure, a story waiting to unfurl. The handwritten message bore the urgency of a soul reaching out, each pen stroke etched with unseen desperation. As she stood in her kitchen, the world outside carried on its usual rhythm a distant dog's bark, children's laughter, the drone of a lawnmower, oblivious to the enigma that lay within her home. Sarah succumbed to her curiosity, placing the tape in her vintage VCR, a relic of nostalgia gathering dust. Static danced on the screen, a prelude to the unknown. A dimly lit room materialized, shadows dancing in the flickering light. A man, Daniel Whitaker, emerged from the darkness, his weary voice cutting through the silence. "If you're watching this, they found you, and they will find me too." His words hung heavy in the air. With trembling hands, he unraveled a tale of innocence lost, of a life upended by false accusations. The room, stark and barren, mirrored his despair, a transient sanctuary for a man on the run. "I didn't do it," his voice cracked, a plea for understanding. "They framed me, planted evidence to make me the villain in her story." Detective Eliza Ramirez sifted through the pieces of a puzzle tainted by deceit. 5 tapes, 5 voices crying out for justice, each a piece of the truth obscured by shadows. Daniel Whitaker, a ghost in the machine, haunted by a crime he didn't commit. The case of Catherine Walsh unraveled before Ramirez's eyes, revealing a web of corruption that stretched beyond the confines of law and order. A whistleblower silenced, a truth concealed beneath layers of deceit. As Ramirez delved deeper, the facade crumbled, exposing the sinister machinations of a powerful pharmaceutical giant. The pieces fell into place as Sarah Miller received a second package, a trove of incriminating evidence that tipped the scales of justice. The tapestry of lies began to unravel, threads of truth weaving a new narrative. Whitaker's breadcrumbs led to a hidden truth, buried within the heart of darkness. The conspiracy unveiled, justice poised to strike. In a forgotten storage unit, the final chapter unfolded, a journal of betrayal, documents of courage, and a confession etched in ink. The dawn of redemption cast its light on a world stained by deception. The guilty faced their reckoning, their fortress of lies crumbling at their feet. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a survivor of a storm he never saw coming. Sarah stood by his side, a witness to the unraveling of fate's cruel design. In the quiet of her porch, they shared a moment of understanding, 2 souls bound by chance and choice. "Why me?" she asked, seeking solace in the chaos. His gaze met hers, a silent answer in tired eyes. "You were the unexpected ally, the beacon in the storm of lies. The wrong address led us to the truth." And as the tapes found their resting place in the halls of justice, a whisper lingered in the air, a reminder that truth, like sleep, comes in unexpected packages, waiting to be unwrapped by those brave enough to seek it. Story 25. In the dimly lit attic, tucked beneath a worn blanket, a discovery awaited them. A porcelain doll, its delicate features frozen in time, with eyes as blue as the sky, gazed out at the world. Sarah and Michael, a young couple who had recently acquired the old Victorian house, stumbled upon this forgotten treasure. They chuckled at the sight, dismissing it as just another relic of the past. That night, a subtle unease settled over the house. The air grew heavy, and an eerie silence enveloped the rooms. As Sarah and Michael drifted off to sleep, a strange sensation lingered in the shadows. When morning dawned, the doll was no longer in the attic. It now perched ominously at the foot of their bed. The house, with its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, had captured their hearts at the auction. Little did they know of the dark whispers surrounding its history, whispers that would soon entwine their fates with its secrets. Detective Rachel Winters, a keen investigator, was called to the scene one crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom held a grim tableau. The female victim posed in a chilling manner, her limbs bent at unnatural angles, eyes wide with fear. Nearby, the male victim lay as if in a desperate attempt to flee. No signs of struggle marred the immaculate setting, no clues to unravel the mystery, but for the haunting stillness that hung in the air. Whispers of peculiar occurrences in the house began to surface during the interviews with neighbors. A shadow flitting past a window, laughter echoing in the empty halls, each tale adding a layer of disquiet to the unfolding narrative. The forensic team's discoveries only deepened the enigma. Traces of vintage fabrics, reminiscent of antique doll clothing, lingered in the air. Yet no tangible evidence of an intruder could be found, no fingerprints, no foreign DNA, no footprints to trace. Delving into the property's past revealed a pattern of tragedies shrouded in mystery. 3 previous owners had met untimely ends, their deaths leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. A newspaper clipping hinted at a tragic tale: a doll maker, a daughter lost under suspicious circumstances, and a final creation whispered to hold a piece of her essence. As Detective Winters unraveled the threads of the past, a chilling realization took hold. Each victim had sought to alter the attic, to reshape its space, echoing the doomed footsteps of those who came before them. Hidden photographs unveiled a macabre truth. The dollmaker's creations held a sinister life of their own. Infrared scans traced unseen paths etched in the walls, leading from attic to tragedy. A chance encounter with a distant relative shed light on the dollmaker's dark arts, his rituals binding souls to inanimate forms. The perfect dolls, imbued with a spark of forbidden magic, whispered of secrets long kept hidden. The case, a tapestry of enigmas, defied conventional explanation. Suspects eluded identification, evidence defied logic. Detective Winters, haunted by the ghostly presence of the doll, found herself at a crossroads of disbelief and dread. The night the doll vanished from custody marked a turning point, a shift into the realm of the unknown. Detective Winters, her memories shrouded in fog, stood at the precipice of a truth beyond comprehension. The house, tainted by its past, passed into new hands, its attic a silent witness to untold horrors. The doll, a specter of the past, slipped into the shadows, leaving behind whispers of its presence. Detective Winters, burdened by the weight of the unsolved, sought solace in solitude. A photograph, a final relic of a dark legacy, lay hidden in her vault of secrets, a reminder of the price paid for delving too deep. The new owners, wise to the house's silent warnings, chose to let the attic lie undisturbed. Yet on nights when the world slept, a faint laughter danced on the wind, a reminder of a tragedy best left forgotten. Story 26. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of debris in the dusty attic, a silent witness to the passage of time within the walls of the old house. Among its contents were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and togetherness from years gone by. Innocuous scenes of birthdays and gatherings filled the frames, evoking a sense of nostalgia. However, as she reached the final photograph, a sense of unease crept over Rebecca. In that last image, taken in her own living room, familiar furniture and decor surrounded a family she did not recognize. Their smiles frozen in time, they appeared blissfully unaware of the sinister figure lurking in the shadows behind them. A man, barely discernible in the dim light, stood watchful and ominous. A shiver ran down Rebecca's spine as she studied the unsettling picture. Her trembling fingers caused the edges of the photograph to quiver, adding an eerie quality to the already ominous scene. Descending the creaking staircase, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressed down on her, the once spacious rooms now feeling claustrophobic and oppressive. Placing the photo on her kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh glow of the overhead light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the setting in the picture was undeniable. The same archways, the same crown molding, the same bay window. Yet the family in the photograph remained strangers, their presence a haunting mystery. Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a weathered demeanor, arrived to delve into the enigma of the photograph. His keen gaze swept over the image, searching for clues with a meticulous attention to detail. Turning over the picture, he inquired about the previous owners of the house, the Nelsons, prompting Rebecca to reveal her scant knowledge of their abrupt departure. Accepting the photo for further investigation, Detective Morgan embarked on a journey through the house's history, unearthing a trail of vanished families that stretched back years. Each set of occupants had disappeared without a trace after precisely 1 year of residence, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and a sense of foreboding. A breakthrough came when a former mail carrier identified the family in the photograph as the enigmatic Sutherlands, who had vanished mysteriously, leaving no trace of their existence. Forensic analysis of the photograph revealed unsettling details, pointing to a sinister presence lurking in the background, a tall, shadowy figure watching with an intensity that sent chills down the spine. Delving deeper into the past, Detective Morgan uncovered the dark history of the house's construction, linking it to a shadowy figure named Samuel Whitfield. A man of mystery, Whitfield had disappeared under suspicious circumstances, his connection to the house shrouded in secrecy. As the investigation progressed, a chilling discovery beneath the basement floor unveiled the grim fate of the missing families. Preserved in the earth lay the remains of those who had once called the house their home, each family captured in a photograph taken with the same camera found in the attic. The sinister truth of their fate sent shockwaves through the community. Sealed off as a crime scene, the house revealed its darkest secrets, including a hidden crawl space in the attic containing evidence of a twisted obsession with the families who had resided within its walls. A journal filled with ominous entries hinted at a malevolent presence still at large, fixated on Rebecca as the latest inhabitant of the cursed dwelling. With the house now abandoned, Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel under the protection of law enforcement. Yet even in her sanctuary, a haunting presence persisted. A late-night call, punctuated by the eerie sound of a Polaroid camera, served as a chilling reminder of the malevolent force that lurked in the shadows. As the investigation into the enigmatic Samuel Whitfield continued, the house remained a dark enigma, its secrets buried deep within its walls. The elusive figure at the center of the mystery remained a ghostly presence, his true identity and motives shrouded in darkness. And as new families moved into new homes, the specter of the past loomed over them, a reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. Story 27. The tale unfolds in a quiet town where the costume shop's old inventory was being sold off. Among the remnants of forgotten disguises, a woman discovered a mask on a dusty shelf. Its delicate features held a lifelike quality that stirred something unsettling within her. Placing it on the counter, the cashier hesitated, murmuring, "That's not ours." Perplexed, she checked for a tag, but there was none to be found. With a casual shrug, she decided to take it home with her. As the night draped its shadows, a soft sound roused the woman from her slumber. The whisper of fabric shifting beckoned her awake. To her astonishment, the mask was no longer resting on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her with an eerie intensity. This woman, known as Catherine Reed, met a fate shrouded in mystery. Her neighbor stumbled upon a chilling scene the next morning. The front door stood ajar, allowing a stream of morning light to pierce the darkness within Catherine's home. Intent on returning a borrowed book, the neighbor uncovered a sight that would haunt the minds of investigators for years to come. Catherine's lifeless body lay upon her bedroom floor, the mask conspicuously absent. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic clicks of the camera shutters punctuated the somber atmosphere, blending with the hushed tones of the investigators. A keen-eyed officer observed no signs of forced entry as he jotted down notes in his pad. The detective, her gaze sweeping the room, absorbed the nuances that whispered of a life abruptly extinguished. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand, every element seemed mundanely ordinary, save for the woman who would never awaken again. The gravity of the situation deepened as the medical examiner knelt beside Catherine's still form. With a solemn expression, he remarked, "The cause of death eludes initial scrutiny. No visible wounds, no traces of a struggle." Gesturing to the frozen terror etched upon Catherine's features, he added, "Her expression betrays a profound fear that seized her in her final moments." The detective, bending closer, whispered, "Something haunted her to the very end." Catherine, a quiet art appraiser renowned for her meticulous nature, had an eye for detecting the slightest discrepancies in authenticity. Colleagues praised her ability to discern forgeries with uncanny accuracy. "She could spot a fake a mile away," remarked her boss during the interrogation. The detective couldn't help but wonder if Catherine's discerning eye had inadvertently led to her demise. A pivotal clue emerged from the security footage of the costume shop. The cashier's genuine bewilderment over the mask's origins prompted a closer examination. Summoned by the cashier, the shop owner unequivocally denied any knowledge of the mask's existence. Lip-reading experts deciphered his cryptic statement caught on tape, "We never stocked anything of this nature." Delving deeper into the enigma, the detective probed the shop owner, who nervously confessed, "That mask materialized during our clearance sale, its origin a mystery to us all. It was never part of our inventory." Pressed for more details, he reluctantly disclosed, "Such peculiar occurrences occasionally arose after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who met a tragic end under mysterious circumstances." A breakthrough materialized when forensics unearthed microscopic fibers entwined in Catherine's fingertips. She clutched at something, the lab technician elucidated. These fibers are extraordinary, neither contemporary synthetic nor identifiable in any database, comprising a blend of human hair and an unfamiliar organic substance. The trail of investigation unveiled a string of analogous deaths spanning decades, each victim acquiring an ominous mask before their demise, each bearing an expression frozen in terror, each case remaining a conundrum. A retired detective, a veteran of a similar case, agreed to share his insights. Seated in a dimly lit room, he tremulously pushed forth a weathered file. Inside each mask, he disclosed, we found inscriptions of ancient symbols concealed behind the lining. A scholar we consulted linked them to a ritual involving the transference of souls. An unexpected revelation surfaced from a hidden journal discovered within Catherine's abode, secreted behind a loose baseboard. In her final entry, she chronicled a pervasive sense of being surveilled, an eerie presence haunting her dwelling. Her inquiries into the mask's origins, spurred by the cashier's cryptic reaction, unearthed a connection to a series of perplexing fatalities. In escalating distress, she inscribed, "The mask stirs. It watches me in my slumber." I uncovered markings within its symbols aligning with those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks met the same fate. Each mask claims a life heir moving on. The entity yearns for a new vessel upon reaching one who comprehends its true nature. Weaving together the fabric of evidence, the enigmatic fibers, Catherine's research, the recurring pattern of deaths, the medical examiner ultimately diagnosed the cause of death as cardiac arrest induced by sheer terror. What dread could evoke a fear potent enough to still a beating heart? The investigation took a harrowing twist when footage from a neighboring residence captured a vital detail overlooked by the initial inquiry. A figure emerged from Catherine's home under the cloak of night, donning what appeared to be the mask, moving with Catherine's distinct gait yet subtly awry, mechanical as if an alien force donned her movements like an ill-fitting guise. An alert was issued for the missing mask, but it remained elusive until 6 months later, when rumors surfaced of a peculiar mask surfacing in a vintage emporium across the nation. By the time investigators arrived, the mask had already changed hands, its new possessor undocumented. The case lingered in the realm of the unsolved, shrouded in mystery. The detective safeguarded Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a somber testament to a reality too bizarre for official records. Sometimes, in the quiet of night, she awoke with a jolt, sensing an unseen presence. She would secure her abode, fortifying windows and locks, striving to banish thoughts of the mask, destined to seek out another bearer, one who perceives its true essence. A vessel awaiting occupancy, traversing from victim to victim in an eternal cycle that commenced centuries past and endures ceaselessly. The mask lingers in the ether, awaiting its next discovery. And when it materializes once more, another soul shall awaken to the faint rustle of movement in the shadows, only to find it drawing nearer in the night, its vacant eye holes fixated upon them, hungering for the essence that dwells behind their gaze.